Donkey's name isn't actually Donkey?
No, it talks about how in the cartoon there's another kid that gets turned into a donkey, but he never gets turned back, and so that's why
Ah.
Donkey can talk because
Okay.
Pinocchio is in the universe.
I thought you were talking about Shrek.
Yeah, I was talking about Shrek.
Uh,
The donkey
okay.
from Shrek came from Pinocchio.
Yes.
That's the theory, and that it's just
Anyway, hey
it's a
guys.
kid that grew up
Speaking
through
of
adulthood.
stories and history, welcome back to Tuesday Dungeons and Dragons! Woo! Yay!
Eric,
Oh
which
no!
Eric, which do you prefer, the inappropriate conversations or the off-the-topic conversations?
I mean, off the topic is fine. It's just as long as it doesn't become
It's not our
the whole
style.
thing.
Stick to the penis jokes, people.
Pinocchio's nose was awkwardly long, though.
Phallical.
Anyway, all right. So, we are back. Black Tower Stories: Adventure of Athoria. This week with Chapter 92. Last session in Chapter 91, you guys spent some time getting to know some people in your neighborhood. Then meeting up with an individual named Armiel Touloutius, who you guys learned is an attendant under the Archmagus Isidore Aurelius, one of the members of the Council of Mages, who gave you an optional quest to handle a coterie that has gone against the status quo and the rules of the Lyceum, a coterie called the Dark Heart, and basically being tasked to deal with their upper leadership to ensure that they don't continue making trouble. Afterwards, you guys went and did some research trying to figure out whether or not this guy and this request was on the up and up. Even go so far as to find a fortune teller in your neighborhood and get your individual fortunes being told, and learn some cool stuff, and just spend kind of a relaxing day before you go do something that might get you killed. So we now stand in the early afternoon. You guys have just left Varus's shop, and you guys are still in the Emberhaven district, like where you guys live. So the day is yours to fill with whatever you need to do.
Let's go back to the house real quick so I can get the contract. That way we can see if Godwin can, I don't know, see invisible stuff like ink.
Sure.
Alright. Let's meander on over to our home.
Okie dokie.
Calmac!
What?
Hi.
How'd it go? Anything cool?
I pull out my wooden frog and I play a little note with it. I got like 12
Maybe you
of them.
can. Maybe get a bird bath and make it a doorbell.
What?
No, because someone would take them.
Yeah. Apparently, our neighborhood's ripe with crime.
Well,
Since we've moved in, it has
We do live
skyrocketed.
here.
The crime might be from us.
are we the crime?
We are
We are
non-convicted criminals.
We're attracting it.
Feel sorry for the poor
Well-
sucker who breaks in to try to rob us.
I don't know. I don't know who they're gonna run into first. The two people that sleep with their eyes open, or me or you.
Percentage-wise, I mean, we're not going to be here when that happens, but in the event that
No.
we are here, they're just poor day. I mean, I feel bad for whoever that sucker might be. Anyway, I need to grab something.
Salusa.
Oh, yes, Salus. Then you're going to, like, walk right into a guard who will definitely murder you.
Yeah.
That's true. Depending on her mood, she might just let you take shit.
Claim it on insurance. Do we have insurance?
What's
think that-
insurance?
It's. You know what? I don't have time for this. I go to my room.
I just look around at the room like, what the fuck is insurance?
Elmac will go into a very, very, like, as well as he could, like, what is insurance?
Volrek gets bored almost immediately, realizing, like, this does not really apply to his life, and just leaves, goes to his room.
Oh, so it's a scam. Okay. Come back with it. All right, got the contract. Let's go. I
Well,
leave.
don't take forever.
It's like down the street. I walk out and I leave.
Yeah, sorry, I just got a notification. Kilmo had sent me questions, I guess, earlier or something, and I responded, and I just now got a notification that the text messages I sent him 4 hours ago didn't send because he was offline. So I just resending them and then pinging him to let him know, hey, sorry that you're just now getting a whole bunch of text messages at once.
That's how you send all
Anyway.
your messages.
Yeah, wall of text is a thing in my world, you know.
It's a bad spell, though. Wall of
It's
fire,
bad
way
enough
better.
that it's bad enough that some of you guys know, like, I've got to like warn you, warning, wall of text coming, and then it's like bling, 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 bling.
It's like
Hey,
a big wig.
You can't even nod your head, Ari. I gave you the benefit of sending you a PDF
A PDF.
that was like 40-something pages.
What's a PDF?
Anyway, so you guys leave, head back to the house, grab the contract, and then go to see Godwin. Correct?
Yep.
Okay. So heading through the adventuring district, past Wyvern Square, and then heading into the undersection beneath the castle that houses the Adventuring Guild, you find the familiar shop front of Godwin Kindwarden, who at this particular moment, you walk in, he has set up some kind of like alchemical apparatus, kind of like a Rube Goldberg machine that's just got like a lot of things feeding into each other, and you're not really sure. It's almost kind of like in movies when they just set up a whole bunch of shit to make it look like you're doing alchemy stuff, but it doesn't actually work. It's mostly there for looks. But he definitely seems to be fidgeting with stuff. And as you guys kind of come in, kind of pokes out from around all the tubes and glass, and looks and goes, "Ah, welcome, friends. Back so soon."
Oh, yeah, we had something. Want to see if you could take a look at it.
I see. Might I inquire as to whether or not you've discussed my proposal?
We've discussed it. We haven't made our decision yet, though.
Understood. Take your time, but I would appreciate an answer. Just if perhaps I need to find someone else who might be willing. But as I said, you are my first choice, so take the time that you require. I trust your meeting with the officials went well.
That's why we're here. You have a way of
Oh
seeing
dear.
invisible ink in case we're trying to take a once-over on our contract to make sure that it's not hiding any information from us.
Oh, I see. Well, yes. Divination is my specialty, so if there is something amiss, magically, I could certainly find that out. I do also have some materials that could be used to find hidden ink, though that sort of thing isn't exactly common.
What would it take for you to do a once-over of the contract we have?
Oh, it shouldn't take me too long. After all, I've just put some things on to brew, so it will be a little bit of time before they're ready. If you like, I could look at it now. Perhaps look around the shop for anything new while you wait.
Sure. I go over and I hand over the contract for it.
Okay. He's like, thank you very much. It'll be a few minutes. And you see him like pull out some chests. He pulls out like this nice kind of purple velvet, um, basically a roll-out piece of cloth that's got like a ritual circle on it, similar to some of the stuff you've seen Caleb do. He's kind of collecting some crystals, some pearls, and such, and then starts to just kind of go over putting everything through its paces.
Does he have anything cool around here?
You see a variety of knickknacks and stuff. The only thing really new that you would have seen since the last time you were here is kind of off to the side near the door. He has one of his tables that has several crates and such, but appear to be kind of stacked high with books. Some assorted scrolls and such, and you see looks like there's some kind of a ledger there, as if he's kind of going through and cataloging its contents. But other than that, I mean, you could take a quick look around to see if there's anything of particular interest.
Is there, while he's doing stuff, is there anything that, because I have the sending stone to Mondrazath, is there anything that looks like it could be used for communication over long distances, whether it be like a way of transmitting like writing or a sending stone type of thing?
Nothing that you see immediately, but some of those things might appear just as regular books, or crystals or things of that nature. So
I'll wait for Godwin to finish before I go and bother him then.
okay. And so Godwin spends time going through everything, and then kind of sets the paper aside, starts rolling things up. Gentlemen, thank you for your waiting. I've put the parchment through its paces. As far as I can tell, there's absolutely nothing magical about it. No lingering curses, or geishas, or hidden writings, or such. I did manage to see some lingering divine essence, but that seems to be in part due to the ink that was actually used to sign the parchment, specifically ink blessed by Grav. Not that it has the power to do anything really, but it is just a common thing for contracts here in the archipelago.
Much appreciated.
My pleasure. Hopefully this is good news.
Oh yeah, that means there's nothing terribly horrible hidden on it.
I see.
It's just
Well, that is certainly of benefit. Did you see anything that you might be interested in?
Is there anything here that might be able to be used to communicate over long distances, whether it be like I have a sending stone, but it could also be like a written version of it?
I think I know what you mean. Yes, there are a variety of things that can transcribe messages. I have a couple options, actually. I have a pen and inkwell that can write down whatever you dictate to it. I also have a set of matched books that, when something is written on in one, it gets transferred to the other. I should say, though, that the messages it translates are relatively limited in their length, and, well, they do tend to fade after a little bit of time.
Ooh. Both those sound really cool.
Well, they are relatively common things. The pens, certainly more common than the others. It's not uncommon for many members of the Lyceum, as well as students, to take such pens to dictate notes or even in some cases write their reports or other such things they need. After all, the pen is much less likely to spill ink and has much greater readability. Unfortunately, though, unless you buy particularly magic ink, it won't erase, so if you do end up making a mistake in your dictation, you will have to redo the page.
I would like to purchase both of them, because I think they're both really interesting.
Well, I do believe I could part with them. Let's see. Normally, for items such as this, I would sell them for about 500 gold apiece. But I suppose if you want to buy both, I could sell them for 750 if that's agreeable.
Let's see.
Of course, if, as for usual, you'd like to do something in trade, I'm amenable to that as well.
Yeah, but I haven't picked up anything cool lately.
Understood. Alternatively, if you need a little bit of time, I could set them aside for you. As I said, they are things that are quite easy to sell, so I can't say that I'd be able to hold them for too long.
How about I just buy the paired books for now, and then if you still have the ink and quill combination, I can get that one later.
Yes, of course. After all, it is actually... the pens are quite easy to find, and quite easy to make, too. It's a matter of fact. But, so worst case, even if I don't have one, I could always make one by commission.
All right. What do we owe you for the contract scanning?
Well, most of what I used were simply rituals, so it's mostly a matter of time. I suppose we could just call that 10 gold pieces. And then for the books... well, if you're going to buy the book, let's just say 500, and that will cover the book and the scanning process.
Great. I will produce my other platinum bar.
You just hand him over a platinum
Big
trade
old
bar.
chunk of money.
Yep. And so he takes and goes, "Oh, thank you." And he starts kind of packing some stuff up. And kind of slides them over. They look definitely well worn, but as you kind of flip open the pages, they don't have anything written in them. But you can tell that as you kind of move around, the pages look like they have some kind of threads of something, almost kind of like there's almost like a spider silk woven into it that just kind of like slightly shimmers if it hits the light just right. The goblin just kind of reaches out. It doesn't require any particular pen. Any sort of writing implement will do. It will transfer on the other side, so...
Cool. I want
awesome.
to hold them both open, and I'm going to take out my little ink and quill, and I'm going to write on one, just a smiley face.
Okay.
And look at the other
And there's a little bit of a delay, but like 10 or 15 seconds after, you start, you see it kind of start finishing in the other book.
Neat.
As if they're like two completely matched sets.
Neat.
This smiley face is weird. Is that one weird too?
Don't make fun of my drawing. I close the
Oh,
books,
okay.
put away the ink and quill. Alright, so no hidden words, and I got a book. Another book. This day is really working out well for us. I mean, for me, at least.
Just making a note of that so I can get that in D&D Beyond.
Huh, anybody else have any quick ideas?
I would love to shop, but I have literally nothing left.
Well, we'll get it next time then.
Yes.
I'll go. Gotta go turn this into the post office or to the Adventurers Guild. I think whichever one's closer.
Technically, the Adventurers Guild, because it's right upstairs.
Yeah.
So, there's that.
Is everyone else good?
Yeah.
Alright. Thank you, Godwin.
My pleasure. Thank you so much for your patronage. Okay. So you go and drop off the contract. You know, you kind of wait in line a little bit, and you come up against this halfling fellow. Like, oh yeah, no. And then you hand over the marked case, and he takes one look at it and goes, oh, I am so sorry for making you wait. We will get this out in the post right away. I'll grab a messenger, and we'll have it sent right now.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay.
Anything else that you want to do?
I'm good.
Yep, solid here.
Gonna head back to the house then.
Okie dokie.
Yeah.
Yeah, you guys return to Sweet Nut Manor.
Alright.
Hello.
We gonna do anything in Sweet Nut Manor, or are we just chilling?
I don't know what else to do now.
Well, if y'all are gonna stay here, I'm just gonna go, I don't know, wander about.
You've been doing a lot of wandering recently. Is everything okay?
Scamping.
Yeah. I enjoy seeing the towns and interacting with the people. Sometimes we interact with a lot of higher ups and more more regal people, and sometimes it's nice to just interact with the normal folk.
Great. Did you want some company, or were you okay staying by yourself?
You can come with. What time is it? It's like noon.
They passed.
Early afternoon.
Yeah, because we
Reaching
had breakfast
middle
before
afternoon.
they went to
We had
fortune
breakfast,
telling, right?
talked to people.
Yeah, you guys went lunch, which is like, you know, right at noon, and you guys have been running errands, which just
Oh, no.
really in
Yeah.
the same small area.
But
Yeah. I'll go, yeah, I'll just, if Yandere wants to come with, I'm just gonna go do a walkabout, maybe go a little outside the city if there's anything that looks interesting.
Yeah, I'll go with.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So you depart the area and just start looking around, seeing more of the place. I mean, you've been on a lot of walks around here, so you know you're familiar with the place, neighborhood. It's around 300 people, so number of buildings. Was there anything in particular you wanted to look at here in the Haven, or?
That's just the area we're in, right?
Yes. That would be like the Ashgaran Enclave.
No, I was just see the city, um, see if there are any interesting sounding actual bars, not inns.
Yeah. There is one place actually not that far from your house. If you actually several places you could go to if you want, or you could go somewhere more outside of the neighborhood. The biggest one around is obviously the Daring Dragon, but you could travel to other areas of the city and go to bars there if you want. As far as the ones in the immediate area around the house, there's the Golden Falcon. There's also there's Saffron Brews that's actually just kind of right outside your house. That's more of a cafe. And then they also have the Laughing Minstrel, the Scarlet Rose, and the Gilded Goblet are all within your neighborhood. Lot of taverns for 300 people plus outsiders.
Yeah, so the Enclave is just like a section of the city, right?
A neighborhood.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, I was wanting to go like out of the neighborhood and like
Yeah, that's
walk
fine.
about deeper in the city.
I was just curious if there's anywhere you wanted to go because you're in the adventurers quarter right now.
Yeah.
You could go like farther over, like near the arenas, or you could try and go to maybe some of the upper quarter areas, some even lower quarters, the docks. Is there like a particular vibe you're going for?
I'll check out the Laughing Minstrel and what'd you say, the Gold Goblet? The Gilded Goblet.
Yes,
right?
but that's here in this neighborhood.
I want to check those, and then I'll take a visit to the docks. I kind of want to fill a little bit of time because generally when we're like in this contracting phase, there's just like there needs to be a time filler because it's a lot of just getting stuff nailed down, and generally I'm not required to nail stuff down.
Fair enough.
You're really bad.
The Golden Falcon's pretty nice. It definitely appears to be one of the more popular inns and taverns in the area. You would have passed it several times. It's in St. Eliana's Square, just a little bit north of your place. It's the kind of place that like the doors are open. You hear music and laughter and stuff coming out. Fairly simple, but as someone who is from Ashgar, they've made a lot of attempts to make this look as Ashgaran as possible. So they've definitely built it with that in mind. And then as you kind of later go and check out the Gilded Goblet, that one's much higher end. Lavish with opulent decor. Looks just taking a look at the drink menu, a lot of their stuff's exotic and then has delicacies and other food that's actually been imported from Ashgar. And so you can tell that this is definitely a place where you go and spend money, like maybe a Volred place.
And this is the Gilded Falcon?
No, this is the Gilded Goblet. And then the place I just told you about was the Golden Falcon.
Golden Falcon.
Yeah. Yeah. There are a couple other places like the Scarlet Rose, but that's more like a date place. The ambience there is definitely one for intimacy.
I'm looking scamping. It's a Zizal scamping place. I'm looking for the drunk gypsy vibe from Coriston.
Ah, so a place like the Drunken Gypsy.
Yes.
Yeah,
So
you can definitely
more
find that
like more
in the
homey.
docks.
Yeah.
Yes. See, in that case, like, what's the best place there? Like Drunken Gypsy. Mm, no, that one's still 2 minutes.
Because y'all can't hear that.
Problem with Error Gallon is everything. Okay, here we go. So, in the High Water District, you would go to the Cozy Respite, a place that your group actually spent some time at briefly when you first came into town. It's near the Blackstone Inn, that first place that you guys stayed that very first day. Not that far from the potion shop Volred attended to get his ointment and performance enhancements. So,
Get some hymns.
yeah.
Who still has him?
And so, yeah, Cozy Respite Inn and Tavern. It's got a slight bit of a, kind of. It's obviously got some kind of a nautical theme, but it's not kind of really overpowered. You get the sense this is the kind of place, like, not where the dockhands go, but maybe like captains or merchants or places like that, if they're not going to go someplace much nicer. So that's probably the closest equivalent, is the Cozy Respite.
Then I guess I'd like to make a friend.
You want to do some carousing?
Some carousing. Some
Body once told me.
It's a good thing he's always not here because she might make an enemy.
I don't need your help.
Yeah, that's like a specialty of hers.
Look, I have a -1 in my charisma. It's not my forte.
Hey, I'll give you this gold if you be my friend. Fuck you! What did I do?
You know what? I'm gonna punch him.
But whether it be helping at the dock, or if like I get an interesting conversation with maybe the workers or even a lead, and then just get them a drink or something after. That's what they do.
Yep. So how
This is what I
much,
do, Yandere.
I'm just sitting there watching. I'm just like looking at all of what's happening right now.
It's happening. Gifts.
Let's
You
just-
Chan.
Let's just go. What's the general living costs for this? What would you say?
So that's up to you. Like, carousing is persuasion, I believe, and you can spend money to give yourself a bonus.
Um,
Pull up and figure out
I'll just
exactly what it is.
I'll just filter.
Okay, it depends on the quality of the people. So, you can carouse with lower class for 10 gold, 50 gold for middle class, or 250 if you want access for like higher tier people, nobles, and things like that.
I was just gonna say 5, but 10 is fine. I still haven't calculated all the platinum bar.
It's 500 gold.
Yeah, I have not added that to my collection.
Well, you'd have to get that broken up in order to use it as gold.
Yeah. Yeah, so just a little 10 GP, filtered down, drinks, food.
Okay. So
Scenic
that works
views.
out. Roll me a persuasion check.
Persuasion! That's okay. Dirty 20.
Dirty 20. It's actually not bad. After spending some time letting a little bit of the booze go, you strike a conversation. A couple of individuals who are interested in you, not just because you're going around and buying drinks, but also because you're a giant Leonin in very unusual plate mail. And you're being followed around by an Eladrin. It's a weird. I mean, in a capital like this, where they have a very diverse range of people, you are slightly novel enough that, they don't really get your kind in here. So, yeah, but you managed to hit it up with a couple individuals and earn yourself a couple allied contacts. So just kind of write those down that you have some lower class allied contacts, and
Just
we
like
can
two?
yeah, two of them, and then we can kind of figure out later what they are, or just kind of pull them up as needed.
I'll hit up Chat GPT, see what it gives me.
It's a weird name for a character.
Yeah, ChatGPT. That's fine. Just make sure that you clear it with me what your NPCs are, so that way I make sure that they are. I don't care. Like, I can do it for you. It's just I just have to make sure that they're appropriately scoped.
Yeah, I'll go to the docks, make some friends. Your Ariellen is where we are?
Yeah, and Yandere, are you doing anything other than making sure that he doesn't get too belligerently drunk and gamble?
Not necessarily just the belligerently drunk and gamble, but like if I see an opportunity that's like beneficial to Yandere to make a friend, then he'll hop in as well. But for right now, it's just like, what the hell are you doing? Are you going to be okay? You've been doing this quite a bit on your own for a little while. Are you going to be fine?
Yeah. Interestingly enough, you do meet an individual who appears to be a pixie, a fairy, one particularly of the summer court of the Feywild, who, recognizing your rather unique version of elven features and your clothing, assuming you're still wearing your, autumn greens, strikes up a conversation, and you guys talk just a little bit about home, and the kind of general stuff around, swapping stories. Basically, this individual tells you that he was summoned as some kind of like a spirit guardian, like summon creature or something like that, and then somehow or another, it didn't really matter because the guy who summoned him died. He was an adventurer, and just somehow or another he never got sent back to the Feywild. And at first he was really upset about it, but now he's like, it's cool. Like, you can make some money around here.
What did I get his name and everything?
Sure. Let's consult the fates and see what his name is.
Is it like 30 minutes of you two try to trick the other into giving you their name in the Fey trick way? You're like, that's so fast.
Yes, his name is Argaren.
Argaren.
Yeah. And just for simplicity, I'll paste it though.
And then he stabs you and says, "The summer court sends their regards."
You ever seen a pixie fly at fastball speeds at a wall? You
What?
wanna?
No.
No, I would. No, I would.
But I have seen a half orc and a dwarf do bowling with gnome.
Huh.
I have also seen a human fighter get shoved into an unbiased box, never to be seen again.
That one
but-
was not me.
This pixie knows some great stories.
But hopefully I don't get belligerently drunk. But after making a little bit of friends, it's daylight still. Yes. No.
Yeah, I mean, the places are like you could easily kill a couple hours doing this.
Oof,
and
I thought
probably
you were
have.
about to stop real early in that sentence there.
Could easily kill.
No, but yeah, I mean, I imagine at this point in time you're kind of looking up in the sky saying, "Oh, it's gonna be dusk here before too long."
If I can squeeze out a little trip outside of the town gate, just to if there's anything that looks neat, maybe like some, I don't know, tree line.
Yeah, I would say no because that's in the complete other side of the city.
Well, you
and
know
it
what?
would definitely
I have
be nighttime before you get there.
45 feet of move speed.
But
Yeah.
Gives him the slip.
No,
So-
we'll head back. I guess we'll be responsible.
Okay, and then how are the rest of you filling up the intervening hours?
I'm assuming Caleb is reading some kind of book and not performing unsolicited rituals.
Well.
That is correct. For now.
For now.
How big is our backyard?
I would say pretty big. I mean, it's large enough. I would say it's probably standard backyard size. Like, you could probably put a pool back there. You know, it'd be big enough for that. You wouldn't be able to get to do much else with it. But basically, the idea is like with the backyard, you've essentially got a garden, a green space, and you know, a stable and stuff like that.
Volred's just back in the backyard doing target practice with his bow.
Lose one over the fence. Damn it.
He wouldn't do that.
He's too good.
Ah!
Yeah. And even if he did start losing, he could just like paint a picture of an ADAC and be like, there you go. Or like make a angry Kelmac. Just draw him on there like big old Kelmac and just put RAR above him. He's like, ha 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 ha.
Yeah.
Why would he do
Crit.
that to Kelmac?
Crit. Because you're evil.
I'm not that evil.
Yeah, you're like neutral little evil.
Am I neutral evil?
No, I'm messing with you. Come on. You
'Cause
shoot.
That sounds fun.
You shoot baby deers for no reason.
Hey, listen, that was one time.
They had it
okay?
coming.
Very
time
early, very
with
early in the
More
leaf
than
turning
one.
process.
More than one day death.
Yeah, but that was like one situation, right? It was an entanglement.
Now that Spitney, he's evil.
Spitney? Yeah.
Then beers.
I don't have anything to do. Could go cause trouble because I've been left mostly unsupervised.
Damn, you're freaking like Orbit.
I'll just go walk back and forth between the Adventurers Guild and here. Just,
Seeing what you see.
yeah. Looking for lawbreakers. So I can help them.
Looking for trouble.
It was me.
Breaking the law, breaking the law.
I was breaking the law. I was
I am
jaywalking.
the law.
Jaywalking the entire time.
Someone jaywalks, you break their legs.
He's walking around breaking laws just to see if Salusa comes to fuck him up.
Ah, shit.
You want to be careful about that. That's how it starts.
And one thing leads to another, and now war crimes were committed.
Yep.
And then we're dumping bodies in the docks.
That were hiding secrets from Volred.
Yep, hiding secrets from Volred in his own house.
I haven't seen your sister in a while, have you? Ah, I just don't know where she would be.
Well, I was just saying, you might end up with bed with her.
That's true.
So, you
There's
know.
options.
Why does this brick wall look new? And why do I hear a knocking from behind it?
All right.
Cast
So,
comments.
anything else you guys are gonna do?
No, we kind of have to wait for, because we need to kind of have contact with the Enclave. It's not the Enclave. The people who hired us. Because we need
Athenian.
with Athenium, because we need information from them, and we need to make sure that they've received this, so we don't have like a confirmation saying that they got it, so we can start going around getting information.
Okay. All right. So that's you, Caleb. You doing anything special?
I am actually prepping stuff for a certain spell, but I'm not going to be able to do it yet.
A ritual?
No.
You gonna do a ritual? Gonna commune with some gods?
You gonna cast a certain spell?
No, I'm casting a certain spell that I talked to Eric about already.
Ah, that one. Yeah, your friends are gonna love that.
Yes, they are.
I don't like the way that was brought up. But I guess we have to wait and see how it plays out again.
I guess. Hopefully, Andre has taken the trip as a learning experience for how material plane people interact with each other. Because sometimes it is a bit strange for him, I guess.
Well, your customs are a little weird, but doesn't necessarily mean that it's incredibly strange. You just talk, and most times, most people make friends over drink until they can't make coherent decisions again, and then they bond even more. But then you forget your bond the next morning.
Well, yeah, that's pretty close. Yeah. I guess it's just a customs thing.
But did you have fun?
I did. I always have a fun time.
Always?
Trick question.
Recently, it's always been a fun time.
Good.
That's good to hear.
We should.
Okay.
Did we actually make it back yet?
Yep. I mean, there's nothing intervening that would prevent you. So.
Well, this was enjoyable, and it was good to see you close to your element.
Yes. I guess we're waiting on the contract to come back. That it's been
A couple hours.
received.
Gondry looks around and is like, just kind of like, well, yes.
Okay. So you guys are just gonna piddle fart around Sweet Nut Manor until you guys hear back?
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay. All right. Well, the evening sets on the day, and you guys can grab yourself a long rest.
Woo. And
You guys can awake on the 70th day of the first seed.
69th day was fun.
we did so much.
It was nice.
Was it? Was it really?
Yeah, we got our fortunes told.
That's true. That's true. All right. So you guys spend part of the morning prepping, getting you a little bit of food, and then Izal, you feel the little bit of magical tuning from the sending stone, letting you know that a message is incoming. As you can kind of fiddle with it, Maldrazath's voice enters your head. I have heard back from the Athenaeum. They say they have retrieved the contract, and it is now time to discuss the particulars. I have set up a meeting for you in the annex. Go ahead and head there. They said from this point, it is not something the guild needs to know about. We will just be notified when you complete the mission.
Thank you. We'll start heading there. But we'll inform you if anything comes up that's suspicious. Have a nice day. Hey, Caleb. He must be in his room. I don't know where the annex... Did they say the annex? I don't know where that's at. I'm guessing it's by the Athenaeum. Some type of building for the Athenaeum.
Yes. Caleb would tell you, and once he starts talking, you'll probably remember. The annex is the name for the sort of Diagon Alley place that's over near the Athenaeum. It's where Arthur bought his Skyblinder staff, and there were numerous magic shops and stuff there. Just kind of like a place for people who are part of the school or are magic casters to kind of go and collect supplies or live, work, things like that. But yes, it's over in the second ward near the Athenaeum and the Star Ruler Enclave.
Ooh. That's where Volred got his bow.
He got that in the Moon Gardens.
I'm an idiot.
Which is nearby. You did do that the same day, I think.
Yeah. I didn't know those were different places. It's all... we have
the
separate
Moon Gardens
walls.
is basically the Elvish version of the Ashgaran Enclave. So it's filled with elves instead of Ashgarans.
Alright, we got one more meeting, and then we'll be ready to investigate. Man, this is gonna suck. Have any thoughts, Kelmac?
Well,
Any at all?
it's gonna be investigating a bunch of mages. So I feel confident in assuming that there is going to be an egregious amount of, I'll say, confusion, since they are a so what's Caleb, what school are they again? Is it transmutation?
The transmutator wizards.
Yeah, transmutation. So polymorphs. I would reckon they might have a mimic to study.
Yeah, yes. The mage that Calum got that Incarnum spell for is also that his workshop was there too. the one that allows them to make material objects out of magic.
Oh,
So,
his
You
reward
guys
was the
actually did.
spell.
yep, and he was supposed to return and do some reports, but he hasn't even really used the spell, so he doesn't have anything to report.
I used it when I was doing my dual wielding training. It's just I haven't really tried it on much. I found some flaws with it. We can go give that guy an update while we're over there. But first, a meeting.
Okay. Anything you guys plan on doing prior to the meeting?
No, I don't even know what time we're supposed to meet him there. They said just to head over there.
That's true. Maldrasas just said that there was you needed to go to the annex, and there was set up a meeting there. Didn't tell you anything more than that.
He sucks.
Not very useful, huh?
I will use the sending stone to use my sending version of it to send to him. Like, hey, Maldrasas, just a quick question. Was there a time frame we should have been over there, or are they just constantly waiting for us? Because we're about to head there, and I don't want to wait.
Okay. After a couple moments, the voice kind of comes back. Yes, there is a place called the Luminous Emporium that you should meet him.
Oh.
He has some records there. But if he is not present, you can always go to the Lyceum that lies within the district.
Okay. Not really a time, but alright, he told us where to go at least. Alright, we still don't have a time frame, but we have a location, so we'll just go there.
The what?
The Luminous Emporium.
Luminous Emporium.
Alright.
Guess they all gotta have some fancy name.
I mean, our house is the Sweet Nut Manor.
Yep.
You make a point.
There's no need for our house to have a name, but we did. Alright, let's go.
Okay.
Anything we need to do before we head over there, Volred?
Nope.
No, no. Let's
Okay.
go.
So, you guys depart, heading up to the annex near the Star Ruler Enclave. The place is more or less, as you recall, it is just narrow streets, tall buildings. There are like floating platforms of filled with trees and other kind of flowers. There are numerous fountains that look as though they have like decanters of endless water just constantly spilling out. There are like large crystals and lights that just kind of dance in the area, illuminating the place. There's also some statues that occasionally shift and move as if animated. And mages wearing robes of all kinds of quality and hue. Looking around a little bit, you do find the Luminous Emporium. As you kind of round the corner, it sits kind of visible on three sides along a row of buildings in sort of a Greco-Roman style. But between the columns are like these large glass panes that are kind of embossed with silver and gold filigree of magical symbols and shapes and patterns. You're not entirely sure whether they're there for functional purpose or just for looks, but the place is definitely a sight. As you kind of step in, it's this large circular building that has like a central checkout area that is kind of segregated from the rest of the shop. And then there are like two rings of shelves on the outside of it, kind of packed with a variety of things. The shelves here, they're not. When I say packed, they're not like stuffed, like a lot of shops you've been in. Each one here, as if they have a much smaller collection of various artifacts and magical items, each that are pristinely kept, like placed on some kind of a crushed velvet pillow or something like that, and placed in cases for you to look at. The kind of place that you get the sense like you spend money here. But they do have a section over on the sides that got like spell components, scrolls and stuff, books. There's also a few like cabinets and such that are stocked with a variety of different potions. As you kind of look around, the only thing you can see is some more of those animated statues that are just kind of standing there. Some with swords, some with spears, but all are just kind of looking around down at the individual patrons with this kind of magical light in their eyes. Before long, you come face to face with Astralinda, the proprietor of the Luminous Emporium. She seems it's almost kind of weird. Like you take a look at her, and like as she kind of shifts, it's like you're seeing different parts of her face each time you look, as if the face subtly shifts in some kind of glamour. But she does have like this kind of glitter up along part of her neck and the bottom part of her face that kind of flares up to look like some kind of constellation and then dies back, and then each time it flares up, a different constellation or grouping of stars. But as she kind of sits there, throwing her kind of long curly brown hair back, showing you the slight, elven features, a half elf, she just kind of cocks her head to one side. Ah, adventurers. And you look as though you might have some coin. Sorry, it's just I do get a lot of people who come in and waste my time, so I do have to vet those that come in.
Well, although all your wares look very amazing, we're actually here on business. We're the Silver Knights of the Mythal. We have a meeting that's supposed to be taking place here.
Ah, I see. There are males. I'm not really sure. You're the ones that are going to help him do his dirty work, I assume.
Yeah, probably.
Well, after all, when it gets to business between the Athenium and the coteries, adventurers are common. He doesn't often use this place, but from what he told me, it's of a sensitive nature, and he doesn't exactly want the Lyceum to be aware of what he and the rest of the Athenium are up to. So keep that in mind.
Lips are sealed. It's part of the discretion. I don't know that word.
I just kind
If
of
you
like
just
whisper.
head to the back of the... Oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say I'm just gonna whisper to Zal. I don't think you should be saying that.
The what part?
You don't talk about the NDA.
Oh yeah,
That's part of the NDA.
they mentioned
First rule of the NDA, don't talk about the NDA.
They talked about the NDA too.
Yeah, but we don't know who this bitch is.
Okay, well we're having a meeting in the shop.
Yeah,
You
but
know-
like,
It's a
You know
loud
they
conversation.
can all hear you.
Y'all are whispering. I'm not.
I then just scoff and turn away from Zal, just like dumbass.
Okay,
Fair enough.
sorry.
But you kind of break away a little bit, and Astralinda's just sitting there. Yes, as I was saying, if you just head to the back of the shop, you'll see a red velvet curtain. Just beyond that, you should see a disc, dais of sorts. Simply step on it, and it'll take you where you need to go. But I recommend taking a moment and going one at a time.
Okay, I'll go first.
Okay. As you go and find the dais that Astrolinda had mentioned, you're like, yeah, okay, it's definitely some kind of weird magical dais thing. And as you stand on it, you feel the ground beneath your feet shift as you guys kind of watch as Izal starts lifting, kind of like an elevator. And you're taken to a second floor um, that is mostly a collection of like four different rooms in the cardinal directions of this building, uh, connected by these kind of thin glass lined hallways. And the other four areas have like small balconies uh, with, little gardens or just places to rest. But as you kind of head your way up, you go through one of the doors that appears to be open, and follow it along until you get to kind of a small lounge room, kind of like a solar, a place for people to wait. The pad beginning to descend uh, behind you after you leave. One by one, as you ascend into the upper loft area of the store, um, you can still hear a little bit of the hustle and bustle of the store below, but it is noticeably dampened sound-wise. But there is still kind of a really nice breeze that flows through the place, carrying with it the scent of flowers and herbs that seem to be growing on the gardens around. Um, as you all kind of make it in here, almost as soon as the last one of you appears, you kind of look off between some another leaded glass door as a figure kind of makes its way towards you. Kind of hard to make it out specifically because of the weird warping effect of the glass. But the robes appear somewhat familiar, and as the door opens, you see the familiar visage of Armiel Tolucius, um, kind of coming in, closing the door. Ah, excellent. I see that you got the location of our meeting.
Yes.
I'm gonna say, is this just Izal because Izal went first and we're not up there
Well,
yet?
no,
Let's go.
yeah, just to be clear, like I said, as soon as the last one of you appears, yeah, the rest of you, I assume Izal's probably just piddle farting around, maybe touching stuff she shouldn't.
I'm
trying to-
looking closely and not touching it, but I'm really close to it.
Yeah, I was just, or maybe you do the thing where like you sit in all the different seats around the table to
I'm
figure
picking
out
the
which
most
one's
comfortable. I'm taking the most comfortable chair.
Of course
Yeah.
you do.
Well, I mean, anyway, so as you guys go, Armiel kind of goes, "Yes, please, have a seat. I was so happy to hear that you agreed to take up our little request. I believe that all of the paperwork has been completed by the guild, and from my understanding, you were even to parlay this into meeting the requirements of your mandatory quest."
Well, considering this isn't really one of those say no to kind of things, might as well get credit for it.
Well, I understand that this can come off a bit.
Pushy.
Yes, I certainly understand that, and that was not exactly my intent, but I did want to make sure that you understood the pros and cons of this arrangement. Which, by the way, is there any questions lingering regarding the actual structure of the work in that regard before we delve into the particulars?
Seems pretty straightforward. Payment upon completion of it getting taken care of. Didn't see any
Yes.
type of weird situations. There was the escalator in the event that we can acquire the culprits without killing them, but we'll see how that goes.
Yes, of course. The name of this particular game is, well, ultimately we want to put a stop to the coteries' unfortunate actions, um, and ensure that none of them escape in the process. So, while we feel that handling them in a sort of extrajudicial capacity is the most expedient, we don't say that it is the best outcome. But we are aware that accidents happen, so to speak, and want to make sure that you understand that we understand that you will receive some leniency in that regard.
As for the fine details,
Yes. Well, I suppose we should start from the beginning. Uh, I assume you all are somewhat familiar with the guild system with regards to the Lyceum and the Athenium, yes?
yeah,
I don't pay attention a lot.
I see. Well, I suppose if we're just to give highlights, the Athenium is the name of the actual government-run institution here in the capital that oversees the training of all magical-born individuals within the kingdom. It is affiliated with the Lyceum Arcana, which I suppose you could consider a bit of a college or different branches of the government that are set aside to perform independent research, but also to facilitate the recognition and transfer of any future generations. Part of their responsibility is to find young mageborn who are of particular skill and assess them, and then have them brought to the Athenium for training. Training at the Athenium is not compulsory, and at a certain point, many of our graduates of the Athenium simply depart and perform any number of occupations. Some choose to stay on and work for a lyceum, doing work that is officially sanctioned by the government, or rather, auspiciously. And that doesn't mean that there aren't misappropriations that occur, as the lyceums are given quite a deal of autonomy within their own respective circles. And then there are the coteries. You can think of them like small magical fraternities or guilds or fellowships. Graduates or practitioners of magic who decide they want to get together to share resources to better their individual skills or perhaps knowledge in a particular magical discipline. They are not explicitly part of the Athenium, but many of them do hired work on behalf, grants, so to speak. The Dark Heart, which we are, is the subject of our conversation today, is one such a coterie. And they are a group of transmutation mages, as I stated previously, who are trying to distill the essence of certain transmutation and shape-changing augmentations so that they're not explicitly necessary for spellcasters to use them, or allowing us to refine and specify the exact effects that we wish to bring about. That was the nature of their study. However, we did somewhat recently learn that some of the methods that they had for achieving their results were dubious at best, and that some of the things that they were studying, well, while certainly interesting from a magical standpoint, are not the sort of thing the Athenium would care to have studied, particularly in that regard. We attempted to rectify the situation through traditional diplomatic means, and that devolved until the Dark Heart formally forswore their affiliation with the Athenium. That sort of thing happens from time to time, but as it stands, we've heard that they've only grown more brazen in their research since cutting ties, as if the sudden disappearance of any oversight body has only caused them to grow more bold. So, at this point in time, we've collected enough information regarding several disappearances and some rumors of things that are said to go on there that we can no longer turn a blind eye. But in this particular instance, the relationship between coteries and the Athenium and Lyceum are tenuous, and we certainly don't like to put out the, how shall we say, perspective appearance that we are being so heavy-handed in our approaches that will most likely strain any relationships with the coteries that remain faithful, and could potentially give rise to a bit of sedition from other coteries that perhaps are on the borderline of our oversight. At any rate, that is why we require discretion and someone not particularly affiliated with the Lyceum to handle this. And considering the individuals you are going against are mages who are known to possess considerable powers, a group of some skill is needed to handle this. Now, with the skills in transmutation, it quite means that many of their physical forms may be augmented as well. So a mix of magical and martial prowess is required. Does that sum it up a little bit as far as highlights?
Yeah?
Very well. Now, regarding the Dark Heart. The Dark Heart is run by a transmuter by the name of Valus Nightshadow. He's, a rather charismatic and cunning individual. With a strategic mind, and, quite frankly, he was seen as quite an interesting figure in the Dark Heart, because he happens to be a lycanthrope. His particular studies were ways to control and pass on certain lycanthropic abilities without subjecting it to the sort of negative aspects of the affliction. That is, as I said, interesting research, but we have been told that since his tenure there, several other members have also become lycanthropes, and it is rumored that they are performing experimentation, particularly on lower mage-born that will not be easily missed, in order to test some of the results of their research. We can't say for certain exactly what sort of abominations are being created as a result, but we can be certain that, assuming they survive the process, they will be quite dangerous.
So your werewolf is making a bunch of other werewolves because he doesn't know how his own shit works, and he's trying to figure it out.
More specifically, lycanthropy provides a number of staggering benefits
Right?
to its
Immunity to lots of non-magical effects, vulnerability to silver, increased speed, durability, all kinds of physical advances, as well as senses.
Indeed, but the most primary drawback, of course, is the temporary insanity and bloodlust. Those are things he was hoping to quell, so that perhaps one might be able to become a lycanthrope and maintain their humanity. It was quite promising research, but I can't say to what degree it is working.
Well, they shouldn't be trying to force it onto someone anyway, which is the problem.
Yes, of course. So, from our last bit of information, there are 10 known members of the Dark Heart, 5 of which are considered senior members. Valus and 4 of his, I suppose you could call them lieutenants, or just the seniors of the group. Those are the individuals that we need taken care of. The lower members, as I stated, well, we don't necessarily see them as a particular threat. However, I suppose we should say you will have to deal with them if they prove to be a danger, as of course you wouldn't want to spare them, only to have this trouble end up on the streets above.
Yeah, and information about it probably wouldn't be good either.
No, of course not. Also, depending on the results of their research, it's quite possible that if they do end up having some sort of ill will towards the Athenium Lyceum, or even the populace more generally, it's quite possible that we could be looking at some sort of lycanthrope infestation here in the city. That is not something that we are interested in dealing with.
Well, this ought to be interesting.
Yes, indeed. And so you understand the reason for the reward, then?
Yeah.
Very well. Now, as far as the location, the Dark Heart is situated in an underground facility, particularly, oh my god, Eric, why are you forgetting shit?
Just make it up.
No, that's a specific, yeah. Problem is, Arrow is so fucking huge. It's the underground district. You guys have been there.
That's where you lost our
How to
Gorbeck.
disguise. Yeah, that's where you lost your Gorbeck. It's also where you got a hat of disguise. You were there with Sean Dunn, the Harrigan.
Ah, Sean Dunn.
Yeah.
Yep. So you guys have been there. But that area of the city. And so we can't be certain if they have any sort of hidey holes or secret passages that lead outward. So I imagine you will want to make your way through and deal with as many of them as possible before you lose the element of surprise, to ensure that they don't scatter.
Hit him hard and fast.
Yes. I suppose.
Okay. Fairly straightforward. I was expecting more nuance other than where lycanthrope.
Route
Well, no, the nuance comes with the political implications. As you certainly would not want individuals like this to get loose and come looking for you. Nor would we want an incident where knowledge of this particular coterie's efforts, or indeed their affliction, become wider known. So, it is delicate in the sense that there are lots of ways it could end, most of which are undesirable.
Well, if there's nothing else that you need from this conversation, start working on it as soon as possible.
Good. Now, with that stated, I did, of course, say that the Athenian would be willing to offer you some support with regards. Do you have any requests now, or did you need a little bit of time to take stock and determine what support, if any, you would require?
Liquid silver.
Yes, I believe we could provide you with some aqueous solution, chemical silver.
Wolfsbane?
Aconite, yes, we could certainly do something.
Chocolate.
Well,
I don't think. I don't know actually.
A bottle of cognac.
That's very important.
Yes, so we can set your arrows aflame, correct?
Absolutely.
It's quite expensive for that.
It does sound a little bit extreme, but
Is it? Your arrows have bougie taste.
They don't light on fire with anything else.
there's a certain
It's a cursed bow.
scientific part of the flame of cognac that really makes a difference.
You know what? I'm calling it right now. Rab, his next character for next campaign, he's gonna be a cleric of the god Cognac, god of revelry and booze. I worship the most immortal god, Cognac!
Kelmac, will you be okay when we do this? You know, because dog.
That dog versus cat joke.
Yeah, it is.
I think it was more just an observation.
You should hiss at him.
I'm not a.
Don't throw a hissy fit.
I guess it was just to clarify whether or not you were a scaredy cat or not.
Or a pussycat.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
You did this to yourself, Aaron. I'm just saying.
Come on, Kelmac.
I don't know.
My
I
friends
really
could
don't know
be-
why
my
you would
friends could
sign
be
up
bigger
for that
than
twice in a
this.
row.
Kelmac,
My friends could be bigger than this.
Kelmac, it's
They
been
could.
weeks since we've made good cat jokes at you, so we're
Izal is like 4 foot. So no,
That's-
she
Yeah,
can't be
like
bigger than
half
that.
your size.
Can't be bigger. You're the tallest.
Tails be casting large.
I mean, it only doubles the height. That ain't much.
That's
Yeah,
all
it
I
puts
need.
you about, just barely higher than Calmac.
I'm gonna use transmutation.
Puns beside, yes, I think I will be fine.
All right.
Right. Well, it would be easiest to requisition all of this at once. So, if that's all you'll require, that's fine. Otherwise, just make a list and then let me know when you're ready to move.
Okay. How are we on, like, healing?
Yeah.
You guys don't really use potions, so I imagine. Okay.
This is Yandere is just like, I'm good.
I'll ask, does the Lyceum have any special healing potions that would be more potent?
We could make available a small amount of those. They are quite expensive, but we could prepare something in that vein if you require.
That would be helpful to ensure that we carry out the common goal.
Very well. And we'll make sure that we have the wolfsbane potions and salves made available to you. As a warning, I'm not quite certain if any of you have ever taken anything like that before. But it hurts very badly to take a potion such as that after being cut. So, while it does the job, you know. He's kind of looking over at the giant cat who's staring at him.
No, that's out of character. Hand raised. I had an out of character question. Are you talking about the wolfsbane potion hurts?
Yes.
Why does it hurt? Is that a
because it has
lycanthropy?
To burn out the lycanthropy from your blood from the inside out.
Okay, I was about to ask about
imagine like having an open wound
potions.
and then dumping rubbing alcohol on it, but like all inside your body.
I love it.
Well,
Let's do it.
I've scraped my arm like 4 times in a row in the same spot, and then it got dragged through grease. So I'm pretty. That hurt.
Sandin.
Wind turbine.
Yay.
No, that was just me curious as to what it is, and because I was about to ask about remove disease potions or scrolls, but if the wolfsbane is gonna remove the lycanthropy, then that's what I was gonna be concerned about.
Plus,
so I will not ask about it.
Lycanthropy isn't a disease; it's a curse.
Well, what if we would try out the curse for a little while just to see how it makes us feel?
Yeah, you can do that. I prepared for that possibility. Who knows? I'm just laughing because Gorbeck said many times that he thought it would be cool. He's like, I want to do werewolves. So I prepped this adventure for Bevo forever ago, and was like, okay, cool. When Kale, it's like we'll do this, and he's no longer here. So,
You're saying the Lyceum knew about this issue all this time, and they're just now bringing it up?
No,
Those
I'm
monsters.
saying as a dungeon master. No, I'm saying as a dungeon master, I prepped this adventure forever ago and was just waiting for a good time to slot it in.
It makes us feel better knowing that it was the Lyceum and them all like, oh, they're treacherous.
Some of them are. Yeah, you guys have had like really bad luck with Lyceum peeps.
Your fault.
Literally everyone.
No, because like you guys only go to the Lyceum and like talk to the worst people.
The Lyceum always seems to get things into sticky situations. Might as well be the Lyceum and.
I like it.
I love it.
At least
We're
they're not lying into
definitely gonna need to change this channel to 18 plus.
Nah. The kids don't understand that joke.
We're gonna have to start putting a warning label.
For a Lyceum joke? I don't think so. We're good.
I don't know, man.
You said
If they
way
could
worse.
see the Discord, it would be a different story.
Hey, it's private for a reason. All right.
But I don't. Back in character, I don't need anything. I'm okay. If since Yandere is after the wolfsman.
Liquid silver and wolfsbane, that should cover about most of everything. But that cognac is very important too.
I'm good.
That should be the extent of the request that we're going to need. Can we get that delivered to our manor? Just so we can know when it's ready?
Yes, of course. It's simply that I was going to ask whether or not you think you would require anything else. But if you think that's all you're going to need, then I'll requisition the equipment and then have it sent over.
I think that's it.
Yeah, I'm not sure I need anything else.
Not like one thing of liquid silver, like enough to coat a couple of things with it, because
Yes, of course. Understood. I mean, there are 5 of you in your party. We can supply at least that much.
great. Well, if that is it, then we'll take our leave and get ready for this issue.
Very well. I appreciate you handling this for the Lyceum. And hopefully this is the start of some very beneficial work between our groups from now on.
Yeah.
Look forward to it.
That dais is the only way down, right?
Yes, unless you'd like to jump out the window. It's
Nah,
like 20 feet.
Gorbeck almost died doing that.
He was also level 1.
I'll wait. I'll go last down the teleporting hole, the elevator hole.
Yeah, we'll let him go first, just so it's not awkward to just standing there.
I assume
Just
he's wait for us then. I don't know.
Oh no, he's clearly staying.
Yes.
And
Oh,
if
okay.
prompted, he'll say as much. No, I have business with Astralinda.
Yandre just kind of nods and then immediately takes off for the elevator.
No. This is the most conversations we've had outside of a staircase.
I mean,
They got rid of the
Is this-
staircase altogether, so we didn't have the option.
I was about to say, isn't this just a mobile staircase?
I mean, we can't have the conversation on it. It's only fit for one person.
I mean, technically, I could hold you, but I mean that'd be a little awkward.
It's a hard pass, big boy.
Yeah, he doesn't play those games.
I was like,
I
push.
don't play games.
I finished that. I cheat. Alright, all downstairs. We'll head out.
Okay. Anything else you guys wanted to do?
Hell, it's the start of the day. What we got going on today, guys?
Don't believe we had anything planned for this day, besides coming up here and figuring out the arrangements. So it would appear that we have a free day. Oh, before we leave, that shop that we walked into before going into the meeting, I would like to at least check out what they have.
Yes, the Emporium that you guys are at is, you guys are just kind of in the upper areas of the place. So you just go downstairs and start walking through the shop. Like I said,
Yeah,
lots
shop.
of stuff look, kind of expensive. Is there anything in particular you're keeping an eye out for?
Mm,
I'm gonna ask if she has anything that would make me a better marksman.
yeah, I was gonna say weaponry or armor, but I'm not really too pressed for the armor stuff, but just looking for anything that might help Yandre be more effective in hitting, specifically in the ranged department. So probably would go with Volred.
Okay. Well, Astralinda says it kind of depends on what you're looking for. She has a variety of magical arrows that you might be interested in. Or if you're looking something more kind of gear-wise, she has bracers of archery. Um, then functionally, that gives you +2 to damage on ranged attacks.
How much are those? And are those consumable, or is that just like item?
Yeah, it's an item that requires attunement. And so you just kind of put them on, and you pretty much always have that. You only get it with longbows and short bows, though. So if you try it with a crossbow, you won't get the bonus. But she offers for that particular thing 550 gold.
All right, dudes, is that worth it?
Yeah.
I think they're pretty good, just like as general usage for anybody who's using a bow. Those are pretty solid.
I will take it.
Okay. And she'll kind of go through with these, keys, dainty little keys, and start, unlocking stuff. Pull it out. You exchange money for items. Do you care to wear them out?
Sure.
Very well. The other item that I have that might be interesting to you, I do have a magical quiver. A bit of an extra dimensional space, one that allows you to hold quite a number of arrows.
How many is that?
Gold pieces.
Well, how many arrows?
Let's see. It can hold up to 60 arrows, bolts, or smaller objects. Also can hold up to 18 javelins or similar objects, and up to 6 long objects such as bows, quarterstaffs, or spears, in one small 2-pound carrying case that slings. It just kind of rests on, over your back, kind of thing, to the side a little bit.
I believe for the moment I will pass.
Very well, understood.
And what was the name of those again?
It's an efficient quiver.
Sorry, what was what I just bought again?
Braces of archery. That is in D&D Beyond.
And then Eric, does she have any crossbows or short bows? There you go, short bows.
Crossbows or short bows? Let us see here. Let's take that off. Yeah, but it's in a case that looks really expensive. Let's see, that's a bow. Let's try. Kind of sitting along. Well, there is something I might be able to sell you, as I am forbidden to sell it to anyone who isn't an elf.
Racist.
Well, it is.
Crossbow's racist.
It's a short bow, but it comes from the elven island of Tybelsay. It's made from a collection of crystal and wood that is found there. One that has the power to convert light energy into ammunition. So long as there is sufficient light, it is said that it requires no ammunition at all. If that's something that interests you, we might be able to look at that route. But I think that's most of what I have that might be interesting for you, though.
Okay, and that other item that you mentioned before, what is its cost?
Which item?
The bow?
The one from the Elven Kingdom.
Yes.
Well, for that particular item, I'm afraid I couldn't sell it for, or couldn't have it for any less than 1,500 gold.
Okay. That would be something that I should think about coming back for.
Yes, it is certainly interesting. Not the kind of thing that makes its way out of there very often. But also, as I said, I can't sell it to anyone who isn't an elf. So perhaps something you might find interesting in the future.
Thank you.
Anything else?
Nope. Not for me, at least.
Kind of glancing around at the rest of you
Nah.
expectantly.
I bought a
I'm
book
good.
earlier.
Yes.
Not like a regular book, but like a magical one.
Yes, well. If there is nothing else, then please let me know if there's anything else I can do for you.
Sure.
Thanks for having
Yeah.
us. Bye.
Kind of saunters away and starts dealing with some other patrons.
All right. So, let's head back to the manor. Get ready to go into the Undercity.
That's where the coterie is?
Yeah.
Yeah. Even I was listening.
Caleb, do you remember the name of that organization we helped with that with Sean Dunn? The Harrigan?
I do not off the top of my
I
head.
don't think they gave us the name of their organization. Could you
I
contact
think they're pretty... Yeah.
you
them.
contact Sean and see if he could help us out with some information?
Sure. What specific information are we looking for?
Kinda need to know where that damn coterie is. Let him know we're trying to find some kidnapped children that might have been experimented on.
Just 1 minute.
Sean Dunn,
The Harrigan.
who likes to run.
Drug.
What
There
was
we
his,
go.
his exact name again?
Sean Dunn,
Okay.
the Harrigan. He found there's a secret tunnel in that old house that we stayed in briefly.
Yeah, which isn't that far away from where you guys currently live.
We're a very popular area. It's easy to hide stuff around adventurers. Are you looking something up, Caleb, or are you just looking very confused right now?
He might be trying to pick his 25 words.
Okay.
That's exactly what I'm doing.
You got spell slots to use. Just start slinging it.
Nah.
Wing it, dude.
You cast it and then immediately cast it again to try and continue the message, but he gets an opportunity to go back, so you just hear beep, 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 beep,
The
beep.
line was busy.
And then his message doesn't get to you because you were busy when he tried to get in touch with you. And it's just a mess.
You send the message, then before he has a chance to reply, you send the second message, which interrupts their response. So it's like hearing someone talk while you're talking constantly. So you just getting your words mixed up, then you just stop talking.
Yeah, or you get both responses at the same time playing right on top of each other, so you don't know what the hell's being said.
But yes, I have my sending spell prepared.
You're 25. Alright, we're back at the house, right?
No 24.
Yes.
Yeah,
I'm
standing in the
sending-
stairwell, I assume.
We'll do our best thinking here.
No, I'm in my room.
Alright.
Your
We'll
closet.
wait for you in the stairwell when you're ready.
Oh, we're not talking in the stairwell.
It's canon. Go away.
It's got an open concept.
No.
Kelmec's gotten rude since we made all those cat jokes.
Kelmec has made other friends.
Is he replacing us?
Are you replacing us?
No.
Why not?
Why would I be replacing
You
you?
suck.
What?
Like, Caleb sucks for sure.
What, Caleb?
The stairwell is like a daisy chain of people while he's in the other room.
No, I'm not. I'm not replacing any of y'all.
Good, because
Good.
you signed a contract, so you're stuck with us.
And you are my friend. Through Fey Deal, at least.
Legally fey binding contract.
So you can have another friend, but I still have to be on the list.
And there's a buyout clause with our contract. Then you have to pay a whole lot of money to get that thing. Caleb, how's the sending going?
Waiting for y'all to shut up so I can send it.
I thought it was a mental thing.
Anyways, at this point,
Yeah,
I've
have you
already
ever
sent
tried
this.
to have a thought while someone
Alright.
else is talking?
Hold on, Caleb. I'm trying to make fun of. Are you done yet, Caleb?
Anyways,
Just
Sean,
heard DeAndre. I'm
Get
sure
him
it's
here.
like the same time when you're trying to
Need
have a
help
thought
completing a
and
job
someone's
in
talking
your
at the
area.
same time.
I'm trying
Like,
to
I
locate
think this might be a ritual
before
that you
being
need to
experimented.
make sure he doesn't mess up.
Am I supposed to talk
25
to?
word limit reply.
Like,
Okay.
he just said the sending and no one has any idea what he said.
Nope. After a bit of a moment, a voice enters your head. Oh, been a while since I've talked to any one of you. But, I think you knew I've been around. I know where you live. I'll be there soon.
Alright.
Then he never tells us when he's done with the spell, so we just have to assume that it was a failure and he died.
I thought about saying click. Just joking. But at the end, I was like, oh, no. Wouldn't make any sense. That's too meta.
I didn't know you could hang up on a sending spell.
So I'm standing outside the hall, watching them talk. I'm not even gonna announce myself. I'm just gonna wait until Shonda gets here.
Is all.
Yeah.
What is the significance of this gift you gave me? And Yandere holds out Lightbringer.
Oh, my grandfather had a similar mace when he was on his adventures, and he had it with him the entire time. And so he was also a cleric, and so it just kind of felt right that the cleric should have it. And I don't know. I mean, Kelmac has Scalarender. That was a Bane sword that we also had. My grandfather, a member in the group that had a Bane dagger with them too. It was like, it just seemed like odd that the same things were kind of repeating themselves. So, and you didn't have a cool mace, so
So this brings some emotional significance to you.
yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
But if you don't want to use it, you don't have to.
I was thinking about possibly repurposing it.
I would. For the stories always showed that he basically just used it as like a glow stick. My grandpa wasn't very strong.
I'm not very strong either, though.
Ooh, plot thickens.
Wait, was it ever thin?
Just more and more overlapping history with the present.
Huh. Interesting. I look up and I'm like, oh, Caleb.
Hi,
Oh,
Kayla.
did
Oh, hey.
you send the message?
Oh yeah, I sent that like 10 minutes ago.
What'd you say?
A lot of words.
How many words?
What D6?
What was the content of said words?
Informative.
It doesn't matter. He's gonna come over here because he knows where we live, apparently.
He what?
He's
It's not like we're keeping a low profile.
oh yeah, we're prime targets for any terrorism.
So yeah. At this direction, he'll be here in a little bit.
What if he doesn't know where we live?
Well, then I guess that makes him a liar.
I miss Sean. It was only the one time, but he really kind of
He
makes
left an
us think.
impression.
Yeah.
Okay. So, you guys stay at Sweet Nut Manor, waiting for the arrival of your Haringen friend. We're going to go ahead and go to break.
Break time.
Briaka! And that's basically like, forget YouTube.
Welcome back.
Welcome, 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 welcome. So, after a bit of time waiting, you hear a rappy tap tap on your back door.
Oh, Sean. I'll go get it. I go back to the back door, like, who is it?
You're expecting me.
I unlock the door and I open it. And they get
You open it?
stabbed 47 times.
No, you find a gnomish fellow with this kind of chevalier's outfit and hat. Kind of flowers a little bit in it. Half of a carrot sticking out of his mouth. He goes, so, bit of an upgrade.
Do I know you?
Oh. Yeah, we need to take this inside right now.
Oh.
Come on. And he's like tries to go into the back. And he goes, okay, 1 second. And then you see him kind of jump and do like a front flip. As he does, his body shifts. And the rabbit form of Sean Harrigan, wearing the same the outfit, kind of sits there and goes, like it?
Yeah, looks good on you.
Yeah. That last time we saw each other and your little goblin buddy bought one of these things that allows him to change his form, I was like, man, that's really, really useful. So I decided that I gotta go get me one. Because, I run that all sorts of ways. And I get caught and get chased a lot of times. So I figured if I had one of those, I could at least go out and know who I am. Very useful.
Let me introduce you for everyone. We go into the main living area. Hey guys, Sean's here.
And he's just kind of plop in.
Good morning.
Hello. I recognize some of you, and he's kind of looking over at Izal, and then looks over at Caleb, and then looks at the other three of you, like,
Right.
No idea.
Volred looked way different last time.
you
had
have
a
a hat too?
mask.
Mask guy. Yes. Yep. Mask guy. Alright, makes sense. And then, Big Cat. I assume he guards the place. And, an elf.
These are also our friends and associates. I gestured to Yandre. I don't introduce him. I just gesture to him.
I see. So where's the other one? The one that talks to animals?
Arthur is indisposed. He's currently doing some extracurricular research down far south.
Yeah, well, that's actually really good, because I don't really like the fact that he could talk to animals, because that's kind of a private language. We don't really like sharing that, and so when a regular person says it, we're like, what? Oh, I don't really like that. We like to be able to have a conversation without anyone listening.
1 second, Sean. My friend was trying to introduce themselves. You just go really fast, so if you just hold on for just a moment. And I gesture to Yandre again.
Hi, I'm Yandre. And I extend my hand out and then down, obviously.
And he kind of goes to reach out with the carrot. He's like, right there.
And this is, though he does stay at the house quite a lot, he's not necessarily a house guard. And I gesture to Kelmac.
My name is Kelmac. Mr. Dunn.
Nice to meet you, come back.
They are also members of the Silver Knights of the Mythal. So, anyway, thank you for showing up. Glad Kaylin's message got to you.
Oh, yeah, it's kind of weird, but, sometimes that happens. There are some people in the group that sign me up for missions just like that. So I move all over the place. It's kind of good. You get used to it.
Gotta do what you gotta do.
The reason we called you here, because our next mission is going to take us down into the Undercity, and we don't know it all that well. We're looking, there's some small individuals that have been taken and had some experiences done on them. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
We don't really know where to start when we go down there, and I'd prefer us not going to start asking a bunch of questions and blow our cover before the whole thing goes, south.
Yeah, bad idea. Going in there, blow cover, especially if you're talking about bad people, bad idea. That's why I'm a spy.
Do you happen to know where any of some of the, what are they called? It's the, hold on, pull up my notebook. Write my notes, it's important. Any of the Lyceum or the Athenium's coteries might be located down there. They're the ones that are causing some issues.
Well, I mean, there are quite a few things that live down there, especially when it comes to the coteries. A lot of them are alchemists and such. Sometimes they go there. Rent's pretty cheap down there because no one really wants to live there. But causing problems, I don't really know.
Any reports of lycanthrope?
Yeah, that's what I was trying to tell you about. There's a story about little groups of coterie that can change forms and stuff like that that are down there. I've heard it. Haven't really seen much about them. But from what I'm told, they're, running around in the Veilshroud catacombs.
Ooh, could you say that name of the catacombs again?
Veilshroud catacombs.
Veilshroud catacombs.
Yep. It's one of the oldest catacombs that were part of the necropolis. It's basically gone so deep it runs along the Undercity. So they kind of bucked it off a long time ago because it's totally filled and stuff. There's not really too many places that can be accessed. There are some accesses down in the Undercity. There are also some other accesses up in the necropolis. So there's a couple places you can get in and out. But if it's that deep, it probably hooks up with the sewer systems too. So there's probably lots of ways in and out there. Lots of ways you could go in and do that. But, those people are probably pretty dangerous if they're going through all that area about, especially, with all the grave robbers and undead stuff about.
Sounds like just our kind of people.
Well, if you gotta go down there, you gotta say. But it is the kind of place where no one can hear you scream.
He gets very excited, I'm sorry.
Well, at least this... what?
I'll give you a piece of copper. Do that again.
I don't really want copper. I want carrots. Preferably from your next door neighbor. She has a garden that's really wonderful. I stop by every time I'm coming through the neighborhood.
She's nice.
Yeah, she is really nice. She's got lots of flowers and stuff. See, I took some of those too. But, her carrots are really the best. Florists are always the best because they spend so much time, really trying to make sure that their flowers and everything are, absolutely perfect. It's not like the kind of shit you get outside the city.
No. She said we can probably hire her to start planting some stuff in our area, so maybe we'll...
I highly recommend carrots. They're super nutritious.
Put the carrots on the list, then.
Okie dokie. So, was that it? Is that all you needed me for?
Yeah, I don't have anything else. That was... set us in the right direction, at least. Anyone else?
Well, glad it'd be beneficial. In that case, I don't know. It's been a little while since I told you. Normally I don't give away this kind of stuff without some kind of a quid pro quo or something, but I don't really have anything for you to do. So, I guess if I end up needing something, I'll just come by and let you.
Alrighty.
That'll be helpful, and we'll help you out the best we can.
Of course. Especially since, you guys have a nicer place, and in case, I have to be in the area or whatever, and, our stash house is there. I mean, I could just burrow a little hole right underneath, Except, I'm pretty sure that your lower sections are built with stone foundations. I can't exactly dig through that.
Yeah, it's a feature for making sure your house doesn't shift, cause cracks in the piers and beams.
I know, but it's not very helpful.
Well, you got the hat. You can just walk right through the front door.
Yeah. I suppose I could do that. I mean, that's the whole point in getting the hat, right? So that way people don't really think they're me. So that way they don't attack me, and I can get away. It's a whole lot easier. Saves me a lot of time, but I really do like running fast. So, but I like outrooting them. So it's it's just kind of whatever.
Well, we hate to hold you up then. So you stay
Nothing
safe.
holds me up. I am as fast as lightning.
You stay safe out there. Don't get caught.
Okie dokie. I will come back sometime for some carrots.
Hopefully we'll have them planted. The
It's
front
just
door or back door or how?
Makes his way to the back door and then kind of does a backflip, switching back into the gnomish persona.
That's cool.
Later.
Open the door for him.
Yep. The flips, strictly not necessary, but
Bye,
you know,
Sean.
he likes doing them. Bye,
Have a
fellas.
good one.
Close the door.
It was a pleasure.
You see him just kind of like walking out, and he start kind of like walking towards the back, and then he kind of makes a
He goes to the
line
neighbor.
towards the carrots.
If anyone asked, there was a very large rabbit. It was a possum.
You know, I don't think that is the strangest thing they're gonna notice coming in and out of this house.
I don't know. That was relatively peculiar.
Agreed.
Well, at least he gets quick and to the point.
A little too fast for me to keep up, but
Let's
I'm
look at
glad
to the
someone
point.
came.
I think it's a lot
Yeah,
better
and
than
even
those
when he
long
rambles,
meetings.
it doesn't take up much time, you know.
Those official meetings can get real sloggy. I'm trying to focus. Sean, right there. To the point. No one's allowed to, like, pad the time. Great stuff. Well, I don't know where these catacombs are, but at least that helps.
Well,
Wait.
didn't he say there were multiple entrances to the catacombs?
Yeah.
Such as like sewers, a place at the end of one of the halls. But I don't recall everything.
Why didn't we ask him for a map?
Don't know if they would make a map of the thing.
Well, didn't we make a map last time?
Well, that was leading to just the Undercity. We didn't make one that led from the
Okay.
Undercity to the Necropolis area. Or the old
Gotcha.
Necropolis.
You guys were heading to Ward 8, or the prison district.
Veiled
I
Shroud
remember now.
Catacombs.
Yeah, the Irons. That's what it's called.
I don't remember this, but Yandere, what city did we meet you in?
This one.
Yeah, it was this one. But I was in the mausoleum.
Yeah, Temple Ward, over on the west side of town, near the necropolis. That's where the necropolis is.
Right. Where there should be an entrance down from the necropolis there as well.
DM, do I recall any like strange entrances as I lived?
Well, I smile because when I say necropolis, I mean there are thousands upon thousands upon thousands that are buried there.
Oh yeah.
So there are numerous entrances.
Meet one of them,
In Moscow.
Reggie.
Hi, Reggie.
But
Oh, hey, that's my grave.
But would I recall any entrances that I may have discovered that lead in that I probably would have ventured and kind of like stopped and maybe not gone past a certain point?
Yeah, you've probably wandered quite a few. As far as you're aware, like they don't have names like Veil Shroud Catacombs. Most of them are kind of named based on families or clans that might be buried there. But you do know there are numerous of those, and some of, especially the older catacombs, some of the families that have been there a really long time, they get really deep. Especially because sometimes, like, what they'll do is like, the upper levels are laid out, like, for viewing and such, and then at a certain point, the bodies are kind of collected and then put into ossuaries and then sunk deep in the catacombs beneath.
But we know it's one of the oldest catacombs.
Yeah, and You also know, like, it can get, especially some of the ones that have been around for a while, they can get pretty labyrinthine underneath. Very easy to lose your way if you're not careful.
So I look over at us all and I was like, I mean, there are lots of tunnels from where you met me. Not exactly sure which one would lead to this veil shaped catacombs. Most of the catacombs down that I've been to are after family names, but there are some relatively old ones.
Well, it would be one of the oldest ones, and I guess since we know it's affiliated with the Athenium, we can try to, if we could find a way to cross-reference a family name from the Athenium with someone of those older catacombs, it might give us an idea of which one it is.
I'm sure we can. Eric, DM.
Yep.
Is there any old catacombs or like names that I know from my stay at the mausoleum at the necropolis that are like directly tied to like magic, or when I was reading like headstones or anything like that, like a great sorcerer or a great wizard or great magician or archmagus that might like stick out whenever we're talking about these catacombs?
Roll me a history check.
Because I'm so good at that. All
You
right.
got it, buddy.
I do not got it. Yeah, I rolled a good old 6 on that one. So, sorry, I just.
Yeah, I mean, you recall having a conversation with the spirit there who did claim to be a magus. But, you know, it never really got that far. You realize you spent, like, hours talking to this dude, and you guys parted ways, and you know his entire life story, but you don't know what his name is.
Let's go find that one ghost, then.
I was like, well, I did meet a ghost while I was in the mausoleum, and he talked about his family, and he did a lot of magic, but I don't recall his name.
Okay. Caleb?
Yeah.
Do you know of
Oh,
any
man.
old powerful families that might have in-depth catacombs that lead to the Athenium? Someone who's connected? While he's trying to listen to two people at once right now.
Let me see, and I can do a history check because that's something I'm actually good at.
Yeah, that's true.
To find with Athenium, who has a long family
27.
history.
19 plus 8.
I mean, that's kind of good.
Man. You suck.
Apparently.
DC was 30, so you fail.
What do you get?
27.
47.
Not only does he have a high modifier, he also rolls really high on those checks, which is, I find unfair.
It's a 20-sided die, and you rolled a 27. I don't know how that works.
And
but
so,
The kill
I'm
mode
sorry,
dice.
what was your total? Again, it was 28? 27. Yeah, I mean, there's a couple that you would know. You don't really travel in those circles, but you've probably picked up, a couple stuff. You are familiar with one house, House Thalendor. Traditional, Akari blood, who had a couple well-known illusionists. House Drakemore also comes up. And then you've heard some stories regarding House Blackthorn, who, among many things, practice several forms like of dark magic and stuff, as well as House Astralin. Those are perhaps I would say the 4 most notable that you would remember, though you don't know a whole lot about their actual family history.
Yeah. I would relay that to all of them.
Hmm.
Would I recall where that specific catacomb is?
Which one?
The family name you just mentioned?
I
There were
mentioned
four.
4 of
Oh,
them.
sorry,
You
the
named 4, I think.
Falandor, Drakenor.
Falindor. Stop. It was the Falindor one is the one I remember hearing.
Yeah, you could. Yeah, you have a vague sense of like, yeah, it's like you think it's over in the necropolis that was over near the elm tree, but not this other elm tree, the one on this one that also has the sage bush underneath, that kind of thing. Next to that place where they buried the poor guy that always talked about so much about how much he loved apples and shit. On and on every day about fucking apples.
Go back to the cemetery, walk past the grave. Man, I do love apples.
Fiji were my favorite. But I can't resist a Granny Smith.
You like me a Granny Smith, that's for sure.
Okay. Well, I will say, like, of the names, some of them sound familiar, and I might be able to get us to wherever those specific catacombs are, depending on what the name is.
If we go to these certain, because we've kind of limited it down to 4 now, if we go to them, is there any way we can ask, like, the spirits any information, or should we ask, like, Caleb, you can talk to the god of the death or whatever? Is there any way we can filter this later or now?
Say that again?
Is there a way that Yandere can speak to the spirits there to get more information when we go there? And Caleb, is there a way that you could speak to the god of death that might gather more information is there? Because I'm not from here, Kelmack's not from here, and Volred is spoiled rich kid, so he's also not from here.
Yeah, so I can look to speaking to a god that would give us some insight.
Are we just looking for? I apologize for interrupting you, Caleb. Are we just looking for the? We're just looking for the oldest necropolis.
A necropolis with connections to the Athenium. That way, they're more than likely that is where this the hell is the name of it?
Coterie.
Coterie might be located.
Also known as a place where you store coats.
A charcuterie.
Oh.
A shark coterie.
It's where
Like
it's
shark
full
fin
of
soup.
shark. It's where sharks. Shit.
Shark skin. Oh my god.
We're trying to get the Venn diagram to where we're finding the one that most matches all of these subsections.
Well, I met some people yesterday. I can go ask them. They're from here, so they may be more inclined as to the going-ons with all that. Big things happening.
Do you need help going over there? Need someone to
Nah.
go with you?
No, they're just at the docks.
All right. Well, we won't be leaving today for that thing anyway, because we gotta have equipment.
Get all our
beforehand.
stuff.
Gotta get equipment beforehand.
Yeah.
Do you want to hit that up while we figure out the plan for this?
Yeah. No guarantees. I mean, it may just be, well, we just don't know.
Maybe one of them's a retired pope.
I don't know.
Do popes retire?
I think they die.
Oh.
I'm gonna go to the docks.
Right. Stay safe. Keep your eye on your back. You're on the job right now, Kelmac. Just letting you know.
I got it. You get it.
Just walks backwards the whole way.
No. I'll leave and start making my way there.
Making my way downtown.
Walking fast.
It's Ben.
Sean runs past.
Because he's...
Hey, look, I know.
He's
with the carrot.
running. Da-na-na-na-na-na-na. Guard shout out. Hey, you halt.
So
I
I
look the other way.
look back towards Izal. Well, Yandra will look towards Izal and just kind of look and say, well, there are lots of opportunities to speak with Ghost, but they don't tend to stick around very long. There is a god that kind of keeps track of the necropolis, and doesn't. I guess you could say he tends to the spirits very quickly, but there's probably a few that would still know where to go.
Great. I mean, we could try to look towards the other entrances, but I feel like one of the necropolis entrances will have the least likely to have eyes on it, where we could get detected beforehand.
So, DM.
Mm-hmm.
A god that I would want to reach out to for this is
Corollo.
Dema.
Dama?
Yes.
Okay. You could do that. Another obvious option would be Seer, obviously. He is the god that oversees the necropolis.
And that would be the god that Andre was talking about.
Yes, that's where Seer's
I see
temple is. It's inside the necropolis.
Okay.
But yeah, I mean, Dama is the god of the underneath, you know, and the earth beneath our feet. So all
I figured
kinds of
he
cool
would
stuff
have an
possibly
idea
there.
of what connects to the underneath, so I can find out how to get there. But Seer would actually probably be better and worse at the same time.
Wasn't
Because
Seer the
the
one you
most-
were warned about?
I'd say he was warned about Seer.
Well, I was told that I shouldn't do too much with him.
Seer's a nice guy. Why would you have any issues with taking this Seer?
Who was the last god that we spoke to?
Aromakai, I believe.
Yeah.
Was it? Didn't
Yep.
she have like a partner that is similar but is not to be trusted? But that wasn't Seer.
Oh yeah, that was Aurelius.
Really? Oh, yeah.
Aromakai's sister is Aurelius. She is the greater goddess of time
Okay.
in the Akari pantheon, whereas Aromakai is a god of space. Yes, said don't really fuck with Aurelius very much because time is messy when you mess with that.
Alright, ignore what
I
I
believe is the
said
warning he gave you.
before. I got
Okay,
my
so it wasn't
Akari
for
deities.
Seer.
I got my Akari deities mixed up.
That's
I'm-
fine. There's
I'm new
like
to them.
36 of them,
I'm new
so
to
I
them.
get it.
They're not mine.
Yeah.
My proficiency in
And
religions
that's
are different.
only the actual gods, not even the demigods.
There wasn't the one about a deer. There's like a deer demigod. That died.
Yes. Yeah, well, and was reborn in the verdant thicket near Houselet. So there's that.
So we
You
talking
guys
to a
don't know
god?
his name.
We talking to a god now?
Well, there's several different options. There's one where we actually go to the temple and then are able to actually speak to them.
I like it.
Or I could do it here and we have to do strictly yes or no answers.
I mean, the temple's so close. I feel like we're missing an opportunity to meet another one. I got a bingo going.
Punch card.
Get 2 more gods. I get a free Sunday.
Yeah, if only it worked like that.
It could work like that. You don't know.
I'm getting my Sunday. Who's the god of desserts?
Nice.
So we go to the Temple of Seer?
Yep.
Is this going to be muddy? Should we change clothes?
It is hollowed ground, so there may be mud.
Shall wear my finest vestments.
Do you have finest vestments?
I just got the one, so technically it is my finest.
That's fair.
It's also my least finest, by also default. My most adequate vestments.
So yes. We can go there, go speak to them if you want.
Should-
What actual questions do we have to ask?
Where is the catacomb that leads to the Shadowheart group?
Dark Heart.
Darkheart, there you go. Thank you, Reggie.
You good?
That's not how it reaches.
I gotta practice. I gotta do the Reggie voice. So instead of metagaming pigeon, you can go Spectral Ghoster knows everything. Boo 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 boo.
Where's the catacombs that reach the Darkheart?
We're looking for the Veil Shroud catacombs that lead to Darkheart.
I mean, that's a very simple question and very direct.
We have 3 other questions.
I mean, I can talk to him.
Yeah.
So why are you limiting your questions?
Because the magic holding the deity here is still limited in a certain fashion. You still have to ask questions to get answers.
Yes, but why are we only 4 questions? Is it only 4 questions a day?
It is 3 questions per cast.
But I had asked the original question. You said we had 3 more questions. You know what? It's okay.
I think I may have just misspoke.
So are you intending on casting a spell once you get there, or letting me talk to him?
Well, you can talk to them if you want and see what we get. And if we feel that we need more information, then we can cast Commune, which is a spell I have, to bring the deity here to communicate with them directly to get more information if need be.
Okay, I just wanted to make it to where you didn't necessarily have to use your magics to do it if I could just speak with them. But
Yes.
we can do that first and then go from there.
And I will be right back.
Alright. Should we get Kelmac first, or wait for him to get done? Where are his friends?
Well, we went to a couple of places. It depends on which friends you're talking about. The ones he got drunk with, the ones he initially started talking to, or the ones that he ended the night with.
Damn, he made a lot of friends.
Essentially.
You know, I don't know any idea of who would know what, so I think we should just go to the catacombs then. The necropolis.
The Necromina.
Necronomicon? Oh no.
So, yep.
We can see what Kelmac does.
Kelmac. You head down to the waterfront while all of that is going on. I guess heading first to the Cozy Respite, or another tavern like the Salty Dog.
I'm gonna go Cozy Respite first because the Salty Dog is more where all the
Yeah,
sailors.
that's a rough roadhouse kind of tavern.
Roadhouse.
Yep, for drunk sailors.
I'm just gonna ask with the
What would you do with a drunken
Has-
sailor?
what would you do with a drunken sailor? There's lots of things you could do with a drunken sailor. Where has, in a sense, where has the Athenium been messing around in the graveyard crypts where they bury everyone?
Okay, so you're just going to be asking around?
Perusing for information, yes.
Okay.
Finding people who I remember and kind of getting with them and being like, hey, me and my group are on a job and we need to know some things.
Okay. Roll me a persuasion check.
$22.
22.
You hear me?
Okay. Some people you're able to kind of find that you already know. Some people you just kind of meet who probably recognize you, from other people or have seen you around taverns or whatever. So as you start asking around, particularly about the Athenium, they get a little close-lipped. Some are able to tell you that they're not aware of the Athenium or Lyceum or anything like that causing problems in the necropolis. But, those fucking assholes would do anything if it meant more power and knowledge and magic. So if something is happening in the necropolis, they certainly wouldn't disbelieve that the Lyceum had something to do with it. Check. Let me unpack.
Is
stuff.
there
Actually, I'm
an
not.
area where they've been throwing their weight around?
I'm trying to see if maybe on just a random chance, maybe you run into someone that knows a particular piece of information. Good, 96. Yeah, that'll do it. So you do manage to find one individual who is there, who is actually a student of the Athenium. A pleasant, young gentleman, you would guess probably late teens, early 20s, something like that. He doesn't really seem to answer your question, but he does start complaining about some of his work and his time there, and how everyone seems like they got like a stick shoved up their ass. But does note that more or less, however, as long as the students don't cause too much trouble and they're not too much of a disruption, the Athenium just kind of leaves them be, so they can kind of feel free to horse around and have fun when not in classes. But he does specifically mention the name of an individual. Actually, I believe two individuals specifically. Let me just make sure. Yes. He mentions an individual named Valen Ashcloak, who is someone that he in particularly doesn't like, as he is a teacher of illusions and necromancy, and teaches those kinds of magic, which are perfectly legitimate studies in the Athenium. But he also mentions his boss, who he only refers to as Lady Venestra, is a very scary individual, and recommends that you never spend any time with her, if at all possible.
Why not?
Because she's like super scary.
I've seen lots of things.
Yeah.
Can I try to push for why Lady Venestra is scary?
You can push if you want, but I'll need another persuasion check.
Yes, of course. No problem. 21.
21. You push a little farther. You notice he's getting really uneasy at the thought of talking about her, as if merely mentioning her name risks courting death. He said, from what he understands, Lady Venestra is one of the members of the Council of Mages and specializes in necromancy and is greatly feared for her skills, even by some of the upper members of the Athenium. And that he says, let's just say that people who draw her ire have a tendency to come up missing. And that's pretty much all he wants to say about that. At that point in time, he's like, look, this has been great, dude. I'm glad, hey, for, letting me, vent a little bit, but I got to get back to class, right? I got a huge term paper or something to do.
Well,
and he leaves. And then, as that kind of happens and you're starting to go around, the barkeep comes over and goes, so, that your friend?
No, but could be. He seems to be having some troubles of late.
Didn't pay
So-
his tab.
Yeah, exactly. She's like, well, your friend over there forgot to pay his tab. And she's like, 12 silver will do it.
Well, so what the fuck is this kid drinking? And I'll just fork out two.
Yeah, and
bottles.
kind of looking at it like this guy's basically just drinking bottom of the barrel ale, the cheapest you can get, just lots of it.
12 silver. Good lord, that's a lot of ale.
It's not
Yeah.
a lot of money.
No, it's not a lot.
Calm down, Maureen. Your privilege is showing.
No, I'll palm her
Yeah,
to.
Volred pays
to
like
gold.
12 silver for like a tasting of cognac. It's got an excellent body.
Um,
And she just kind of smiles and goes, thanks. Realize you didn't have to do that, but I greatly appreciate it. And next time that asshole comes in, I'm going to make sure he knows that he should appreciate it.
yeah, make him like put a little deposit next time.
Yeah, because this isn't the first time.
Not the first time. Oh man, oh brother. I don't know. Maybe you shouldn't
Yeah.
be letting these students in here.
Most of them pay pretty well. And at that point, she goes, you want one for the road?
Oh. No, I'm working right now, so I cannot imbibe.
Okay.
But thank
And
you
she's
though.
like, that's fine. She kind of reaches into her pocket, pulls out what looks like a brass coin, and then just hands it over to you. You see it's stamped on one side with the Cozy Respite's logo, and on the other side, it looks like it just has kind of like a tankard. She goes, next time you come in, drop that off. It's a voucher for a free pint.
Well, hot damn, thank you.
Have a wonderful day, sir.
You too. And I'll head off.
Yeah, put that in your inventory because I'm not going to remember it.
Yeah.
Okay. But that doesn't take that long. and so, depending on how long the rest of you sat around having discussions, it's possible that Kelmac made it back. Probably about the time you guys are getting ready to leave.
I have one more stop I would like to make before we officially go to the mausoleum.
We got time.
I know. I would like to make the stop first to see what time requirements is going to be from that, and then we can go, depending on that situation.
Where would you like to stop off at?
I would like to find a forge cleric.
Forge cleric. Okay, so where you're at, yeah, that would not be too hard. Actually, if I'm not mistaken, let me double check real quick. But I believe there is actually one in your neighborhood.
It's our other neighbor.
It's the one of the other two.
His name is Dennis. He's
My
also
name's Dave.
he's also single.
I just.
His hands.
He's jacked as shit, man. He's like 6'5", ripped, great head of hair.
Yep, is actually.
But only works in intricate glass work.
Yep, you find one. He's actually up over near St. Lena's Square. You have to kind of ask a little bit about it because it's one of those where the smithy's kind of around back, so you wouldn't know that there's a smithy there from the street unless he's out there banging on a hammer, right? But as you're kind of looking around, you do spot a place called the Flameforge Smithy. And as you kind of enter, the exterior showcases some intricate ironwork sculptures in gates. So basically, it looks like any piece of like metal work on the outside here is definitely done up to a whole other level. As if this place, which is obviously both his business and his home, but is also done up to display the skills of his trade, as well as improve his own personal dwelling. So you head in. At this point in time, the main section of the workshop is empty, but you do hear the ringing on back. And if you head back there through a section of gates, there's just kind of like this awning, this long awning that's kind of set up to cover this place that looks like it kind of looks like a stables in the sense it's got like 3 walls and 1 opening. But there is one monstrous hearth set there, along with a couple anvils, some hammers and such, and then it looks off to the right, kind of off where you're entering. There's some kind of like mannequin bodies that are set up with like sets of ring or chain mail and some leathers that are kind of in various stages of construction. But you find the smithy, Brundir, kind of this long barrel-chested guy. He's got, kind of like porno style. His buttons aren't done, so it's just kind of opening. He's got hair coming out of his chest, but he's got a leather apron on. No armed hair. And even his beard is kind of shaved, kept pretty tight, and then his hair is kind of pulled back in a bit of a ponytail. Kind of sits there as you enter. He kind of glances up. Oh, sorry, friends, I didn't see you enter. Name's Brundir. How can I help you?
I just had a question. Really? Maybe a option for service?
Of course. Well, I do a lot of individual blacksmith work, but my primary skill is in armory. Is there something in particular I can help you out with?
Yandere then looks back at Izal real quick and just says, I know that this, you said, has some sentimental value to you, but it's a little clunky on the top end. Do you mind if I see if this can be altered in any way?
Oh, by all means, being more effective would be far more important for that particular thing than the sentimental value. In fact, I'd get a big laugh out of it if it was more effective in your hands than it was in Grandfather. But do what you need to do.
Thank you. I look back at Broomdeer. I walk up to whatever space he has, like workspace, and I set Lightbringer down on the top, and just kind of ask, is there any way that you could change this to something a little more lightweight or something with a little more finesse to it?
Kind of goes, let me see. And you see him suddenly drop like 18 inches in height as he steps down off a box he was standing on, and then goes, sets the stuff he's working on back in the fire, lays down the hammer, and this now dwarven figure kind of waddles over to the table where you set stuff down at, and is kind of looking up. This is a pretty common kind of weapon. So you're wanting something not a mace, then, I take it?
Yes. Though I can use it, I prefer things a little bit lighter.
Understood. Were you thinking sword? Or perhaps something even lighter than that?
The sword would be great.
Any particular style?
That's interesting. Usually just a short sword, or if you have any else fancier, then that would work for me as well. I don't know what you guys called them here, but I had a sword. Is all sword. It's small but kind of pointy.
I use minor illusion and just create a rapier that Volred also uses, like with these ones.
I've never seen Volred use a rapier. I've only seen him use the daggers and his bow.
Yeah. It's a longer sword, but it's thinner in make.
I'm also familiar that a lot of elves such as yourself prefer curved blades. They're like scimitars, only thin.
I will tell you that is it considered a something? It is a martial weapon. No, I am not proficient with the scimitar.
It's that rogue cleric. It's like there's very few weapons that fit in the category of what he could use.
Yeah, so I'll look, like he says like a curved blade, and I was like,
it's too fancy.
It's a little gaudy from where I'm from, and so I prefer to keep it simple.
Okay. I suppose I could ask, are you well trained in weapon use?
Well, yes. I mean, I can use a short sword. I can use my crossbows. I can use a rapier, as you so put it. And apparently, you have this. And I go over to Volred, and I just kind of pull the rapier out from like wherever he has it like holstered, and I'm just like this. And you, Yandere, like slash it around a little bit and poking like. Kind of show some light form. It's not anything like super spectacular, but it's enough to know that he knows how to use it.
Yeah, a rapier. Perfectly fine. Also known as a boarding sword. Yeah. I suppose there's enough metal here to do something with that. I suppose I should warn you, though, that if we're going to do some reforging, in order to keep the same enchantment, that's going to take some time, because I have to do the reforging nice and slow to make sure I don't break it. So work like that would probably take me at least a week.
Okay, well, we're going to be going away for some time. do you have anything that I could use in its place as you work on it?
Yeah, I mean, if you want to take a rapier, that's absolutely fine. Do you know how long you'll be away?
I would imagine a few days at least.
I don't think we'd be back in time. Well, I don't think we'll be back, and the rapier, whatever modifications you are, will be finished by then. But we have relative quick access back to the city, so
I see. So are we thinking more like 2 weeks or longer than that?
shorter.
I ask because the amount of time I dedicate to it impacts the price. If this is kind of a low priority thing that I can just kind of get done in between my other works, and it's okay if it takes me 2 or 3 weeks, I can give you a discount. But if it's something I'm going to have to put actual focus into to get done quickly, that will cost a little more.
And so, what is your cost?
Well, to reforge this, like I said, time is the most important thing. So, 150 gold if you'd like it done in a week, standard time. I could probably do it for 100 if you're willing to let it take 2.
I mean, I can give you the 150 gold. That's not a problem. So, a week?
Very well. I'll have it for a week, and if it takes you a few extra days to get back, that's fine. But
We'll be back before the week is up. It's only going to take us a few days to get through what we're going to. So, for now, a week is good. We'll just have some extra time that we'll have to kill.
understood. I'm just making it plain that if I'm done and you're not back immediately, I'll hold on to it until you come back.
Great.
Just in case, is there someplace I can leave word for you when it's done?
Yes. Sweet Nut Manor.
Isn't that the old embassy?
Is that the old embassy?
Yeah, it was gifted to us.
So you never sold sweet nuts ever.
Well, it wasn't called that before we moved there.
I'm still confused as to why that's the name there, but we'll have to go through that in more detail later.
Yeah. Alright, well, no worries then. I'll get to it and have it reforged as a rapier, and I guess I'll see you a week from today. But I'll leave word as soon as it's done. So that way you're aware.
Great. And then I can just borrow a weapon from here?
Of course. And feel free to bring it back, but it's not as if it's worth a whole lot of money, so just bring it back, and if for whatever reason you don't, we can figure that out as part of the final cost.
Okay. And I look back to the group. We are potentially going to fight some not presently living creatures, correct?
We're going through an area that's like that, but I don't know if fighting them is the priority.
I thought the other person, or the person who gave us the job, said that there would have to be some other things that we have to deal with.
No.
Was I wrong?
I mean, probably shouldn't have this conversation in front of him.
For now, I'll just replace the mace with a mace. Is that okay?
Yeah, that's fine.
Thank you. So I drop Lightbringer off, and then I will pick up a regular mace.
Okay.
Did you say wait to pay until whenever you come back, because that might fluctuate the cost, or do I just give him 150 gold now?
Up to you. I mean, if you give them 150 gold and then you don't bring the rapier back, well, you gotta figure out some way to pay the 25 or do that.
The mace.
Otherwise, you'll pay at the end. Oh yeah, you're right. The mace.
Yeah. Okay. I'll just give him the 150 gold now.
Yeah, actually, let me check your. So when you're doing a mace, is that you're just doing like a light mace or like a morning star?
Yeah, look and see if it's.
Oh yeah, just mace.
Yeah. So just
Yeah.
a regular mace.
Yeah, no big deal. At that point, he's like, bring it back, don't. The value of that weapon compared to what the work you're having him do, it's like, what's the point? You know, bring it back, don't bring it back, whatever.
All right. Well, that was all I needed.
All right. Leave that out. I think the only thing we're looking to go fighting against this coterie is like transmutation type of creatures. I don't think undead is part of the deal.
Okay.
Yeah, I do believe Sean Dunn mentioned undead and stuff there. And if I'm not mistaken, I don't remember who it is, but I think someone mentioned a little while back, maybe like a couple sessions ago, about there being some undead that have been spotted in the necropolis.
It's expected. It's a necropolis.
Well, yes. But
Now, if it's a lich, we have
just
a
to
problem.
say, yeah, but all of that to say that you guys aren't crazy. There have been some comments to that effect.
Okay. Cool. Well, then Yandere will turn and start heading out.
Izal's like, and even better, it's a forge cleric, which Omlik with my grandfather's party was also a forge cleric. He made a lot of stuff. He wasn't very great at it, but so it's all coming together. Like everything works together.
Well, great. So
No.
this will still have some sentimental value for you.
Yeah. Now all we're missing is a warlock. I think Winter Yandere kind of follows that. He's got that knock feel to me.
Galback can always become a Fey-pacted warlock.
All right,
Yeah, that's a Fey, you know.
to the necropolis. Should we pick up Kelmac?
To the Necrobubble!
Kelmac, you're with
Okay.
us, right? Yeah, you're with us.
Yep. Probably would have picked him back on the home route. But yes, you guys depart, heading to the western end of the city, to the necropolis. I assume
will give
specifically
forth
to.
the information about the necromancy school that's going on down there as well.
Well, up in the Athenium.
So there may be people actually studying necromancy down there.
I mean, it's a school of magic.
Guess they just need the bodies.
As long as there's no soul in it, it's just the body.
Yeah.
So I assume you guys are going to the Temple of Seer.
Yeah.
Okie dokie. So, heading over to the center of the necropolis, wading through throngs of graves, some in the ground, some mausoleum entrances, some kind of above ground tombs that have been capped. You guys head towards a large tree that lies within its center. The tree kind of looks like a really massive, 20-foot tall, almost kind of like a cherry blossom. But the flowers are a bit more like lavender purple colored than pink. And once you get kind of there and beyond that, at the base of the tree, you do notice there is this bit of a statue of what looks to be an elderly gentleman in robes that bears a shepherd's crook. Um, and kind of, you also notice down on like the ground amongst the shrubbery, like at the bottom of the tree, there are what looks like fruit that have been carved out of stone and have been kind of placed underneath, almost as if like stone fruit had fallen from the tree. Um, and heading towards the Temple of Seer, which is a relatively modest looking building by comparison, especially given his position as a greater deity. You guys enter where it looks like there are several niches or alcoves where uh, there are slabs, a couple of which are occupied by the recently deceased who are out and visible to wake for anyone who wishes to come. Um, your eyes are kind of drawn away from the stark grayness of the place to a mural at the back of the room, kind of done in like small, kind of mosaic tile. You see this kind of dark night sky with this massive tree that comes up in these kind of shiny, like opalescent type tiles, some mixed with metallic, that makes the whole tree have this vibrant pale blue kind of shimmering quality to it. There are also rows of like candelabras and such filled with candles, some of which are lit, some not lit, kind of reminiscent of a Catholic church. And there are several censers and platters filled with incense that are burning, varieties of smells there as well. Um, at the base of that mural, you see another similar statue of an older gentleman with a shepherd's crook. There, actually, a bit of an altar in front of him where it looks like knickknacks or other such belongings are placed in offering. But the whole area has a very somber attitude.
Great. Would I know if this deity or god would be in this position, a specific place? Because I would say my history of him would be him moving about and kind of just grooming the necropolis, just kind of taking spirits and making sure they get to where they need to be. So he's like all over it and guarding it. But if I were to try to contact him again, from my experience, what would I need to do in this instance?
Yeah, it's hard to say because you've only ever really spoke to him a couple times. It's the kind of thing where you might see him from a distance, or you might see him out of the corner of your eye. Occasionally, you might see him speaking to a spirit. Um, and he seems so corporeal in the sense that if not for the slightly odd aura he gives off, you would probably have assumed he was just a normal person like you that somehow was able to commune with spirits. Um, but it's hard to say. Uh, he never seeks out conversation. But if he happens to be there, he doesn't mind sparing a few words. And has never tried to hide himself from you, but you've never explicitly tried to summon him exactly either. But from your short conversations, you know he is very much about the cycle of life and death, is a counselor of sorts, and his sigils are the tree, whose name you don't really know, but you know that this particular tree is pretty common in his kind of religion. Shepherd's Crook, and he also has the moon and stars are also common. And you know that in addition to death, he is also a twilight deity with associations of nature and the moon. But yeah.
Okay, so not really having notice or any idea of how to summon Seer specifically, I'm gonna go up to the monument that's there that has the trinkets and stuff, and attempt to like, I don't know, like maybe call out his name or attempt to like pray to him to see if that draws his attention.
Okay. Um, Sitting there, trying to draw his attention, doesn't really seem to work. I mean, on occasion, your concentration is broken a little bit by like an outburst of sob or something from like some people who seem to come in and observe, the dead, perhaps family members or something. And occasionally, as you glance around the room, you see what you assume to be lost spirits, drained of color and looking somewhat despondent, but just spending time um, around. Normally, they'll like flit in and out of existence, but you are aware of them nonetheless. Um, and occasionally, you see some of like the gray-robed priests kind of come in, change out some candles, some incense, censers, things of that nature. But all in all, like a long bit of time, passes without much happening here.
I will look back at everybody else and just kind of go, normally when I speak with him, he's already out. Never had the opportunity to really summon him to a location. So maybe this is where Caleb needs to step in. I think he may have walked away for a second.
He disagreed and walked away.
Did he burb?
I'm sure he did. So
I think he burped.
just to be sure, if we were to have a limit to how many questions we could ask them, I guess besides the one that we intend to ask, is there anything else that is important at this time?
We could ask if there's any of the undead that are in those catacombs that we'd have to worry about.
Okay. Are there any undead dangers that we need to worry about? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. Since it is kind of labyrinthian, is there a way of determining our way there and back? Like marks, patterns in the stonework?
And I believe when Caleb was speaking earlier, he said that he was limited to 3 questions. So that would be our 3.
Well, that would get us to know where it's at, are there dangers, and how to find it. Hopefully.
Do you all agree?
I agree.
Ah,
Reggie?
he sounds just like Caleb.
That is not your...
So, Caleb, in a rather unusual fashion, your party is asking you to do a ritual.
A supervised ritual.
A supervised ritual.
Okay, yeah. Although
An OSHA
this
approved.
ritual, yeah,
And
OSHA would never
approved.
OSHA
ritual.
would never approve of this.
You're only allowed to use 4 severed fingers. I see you have 6 here. That's not... No. I'm going to have to ding you for that one.
So yes,
There are no markings on this container of drow poison.
A poltergeist could throw this chandelier right onto your friend. Do you want that to happen? Let's get this thing double tied.
so what's the 3 questions that I'm asking?
You can just summon him there. I can ask the questions if you would like.
Okay, that's perfectly fine. Then I will get my ritual ready.
It's not OSHA, it's ASHA, Adventuring Adventuring Safety and Health Administration.
Oh, shit. What a vest.
ASHA.
I'll give you that one.
This one.
What the hell are you
Sorry,
saying?
I am answering DM at the moment.
You should
Was he here?
You should speak with it.
Ugh.
Son?
I'm trying
Done?
to figure out where the hell I guess I started and then had to listen to someone talking and was like, where the fuck am I again?
It's that song.
Like
Wake
the
up,
beginning of it.
wake up. Why'd you put on a little makeup?
What did you do on the table?
Yes. Okay. So, Caleb, are you doing one of your off-the-cuff ascertainment type rituals, or are you doing a proper communion?
Proper communion.
By the
Okay.
books.
Let's
And
see.
how are you setting this up?
Well, I'm assuming they have some sort of ritual already out in this type of area.
Funerary rites. Not really a ritual to commune with the god, but
Yes, but I'm going to use a lot of the things that they use for their funeral rites because they fall in line usually. And I'm going to try and use it in my communion to try and speak to him.
okay.
Andre,
What type of day is it?
Tuesday.
What
I
time of
would
day?
imagine you guys are just what time of day? It looks like you guys are right around lunchtime.
If we actually want to speak to this individual, to this deity, it might be better to come back at twilight.
Could
Not if you're in the church.
Okay, not if I'm in the church.
do you
Right,
still say
remember-
that part though about it being twilight?
Yeah, remember you were told that if you wanted to physically speak to the god, you would either need to be at one of his temples or you would need to speak to him during a particular time or location that is associated with the god.
I thought it was more of one of those. It has a better chance of working type of things, not one or the other.
I mean,
So,
look,
yes.
the gods can choose to speak to you or not.
Yeah.
But, I mean, you were told that you have a much better shot of that happening. So, I mean, if you want the extra, whatever percentage success rate, but at the same time,
It's still the god choosing me to say yes or no.
yeah, swipe left, swipe right.
No.
Yandre's gonna see Caleb like setting up something in this location. And he's like, "Oh, wait!" And then we'll run off. Like you can tell, like he's like running off to find specific things, and he comes back with this vial and some incense that's local to the necropolis. Maybe that'll help you a little bit more.
Hey,
Yep.
more the merrier.
Yep. And you may or may not be aware of this, Caleb, but he basically brought, water that was used to wash the dead. So not water you would want to drink, but
Yeah.
Here, drink this.
I know. I'm just saying that Yandre probably may not have told you what the water was.
So I expect that he is only going to use it for this ritual, but that'd be a dumb thing to expect too, right?
Why would you drink this water? It's like you gave it to me for the ritual.
He's like,
It's-
this water tastes like feet. I go, well,
You're lucky.
I don't see how the guy didn't have any before he was buried.
That's not-
DM, with my familiarity with this deity or god, is there any way that I can help Caleb in his ritual? Or
Yep,
get some
absolutely.
Okay.
If nothing else, you possess the essence of death.
Well, so does Caleb. And so does Volred.
Oh, today, cadaver.
Different though.
Then yes.
Okay.
Let's go ahead and start the communion spell.
With Yandre helping out there. Caleb, go ahead and roll me a wisdom check at advantage.
We believe.
Still believe.
That's fun. 12.
Okay.
Better than the
Well,
natural 1 I rolled first.
yes. So I guess it's a good thing Yandere helped you out, huh? So there's a brief moment. You've never contacted this deity before. Either maybe because, I mean, Morgan's one thing, but the actual greater god of death and twilight is something entirely different. Um, and you guys are all
Feels like
kind of
cheating.
sitting here. Well, no, more so that it's like you don't really know what the hell would happen here, right? Like, there are some questions you don't want answers to in a ritual of ascertainment, right? But as you guys are kind of sitting there and you and Yandre are kind of in this group communion, it's somewhat odd. Yandre, you kind of sit here and there's some images that kind of flip through your mind. A very familiar island, far to the southwest of here. A small fishing town that you vaguely remember. The faces of two individuals, a man and a woman you've never met. A burning home, building, cries, screams, fear. And then nothing. Caleb, as you sit, images flash through your head. An ancient primordial forest. Dark bark, red leaves, constantly falling as if perpetually autumn. The sun hangs low in the sky, casting golden rays of, that just kind of filter through the upper canopies. The smell of wet earth and the stamping of hooves. You kind of glance off to one side as you see a sight you've never seen before. A figure wearing wild clothing and leathers. A huge horn helm that reaches out like stags. A bow in one hand as he charges forth in a courser. A massive horse. Hair just kind of billowing back. Black and ebony. Behind him lies dozens of individuals, similarly clad, some looking just like regular individuals who are just charging full force, galloping breakneck pace through this forest, breaking the twilight. And then for the rest of you, you sense the light start to go out of the room a little bit. The smell of incense starts to fade a little bit. And then you feel kind of out the front door of this chapel, a bit more of an eerie glow start to replace the darkness. And the distant sound of thunder. Yandere, Kalin, you guys return to consciousness there in the circle. Glancing back over at your compatriots who appear somewhat confused at a sudden change of venue. As all of you look around, the bodies laid out for the wake are missing, as well as all the parishioners and the mourners. The braziers that were burning and filling the room of light and warmth have kind of burned down to nothing but coals. But something beckons you outside.
Quick question for clarification.
Mhm.
Did me and Yandre see two different things?
Yep.
Okay.
It's as if you guys had visions from each other's past.
Okay.
Yep. So as far as you're aware, you saw something. Yandre may have saw something, but you don't know what it was.
Okay.
Where the hell did it get
And
so
now
dark?
everybody feels a presence outside pulling us, correct?
Yep.
Okay. I'll
Caleb,
look at Yandre. I think something's calling us out there. I'll look at the others. And then I'll look at Izal. Yes?
This was not following official Asha guidelines. But I'll let you off with a warning if we all survive.
What if I don't survive? Do I still get a warning?
Yep. Boom, put on your tombstone. Kelmac, write this down. He's getting a warning.
Can't he just get a verbal warning this time?
No, he won't learn then. Alright, let's go.
Caleb's going out the door
The
first.
first death thing we've dealt with this week.
Yep.
Yandre,
You guys step out into a shattered landscape.
Holy shit.
You see stretching out the necropolis. But towards its edge, it's almost as if the land is kind of broken up and it's now scattering out to the astral sea, really, as far as you can tell. The only real light in this place is a massive 60, 70-foot tree that seems to glow with this almost kind of lightning neon blue-white color. You also see what looks like streams slowly rise up from the ground, like ephemeral smoke that coalesce into threads, making their way towards the tree. On occasion, you see what looks like fruit upon the tree suddenly shine and then fall. Shine, fall. Shine, fall. Caleb, you of course recognize this as Athoria, the Tree of Rebirth, which houses the souls of the dead, or at least their spiritual essence, so that life can be recycled and begin anew. What would you like to do at this time?
The presence I felt pulling me. Do I still feel a presence, or did it go away once I went outside?
Yes. You would feel it. Yandre would definitely feel it. Probably the rest of the group to a lesser extent, as if there's something pulling you towards the Aether Cell.
Should we touch the tree?
I don't think we should touch the tree.
maybe not touch the tree, but we should approach it.
I feel like we're being pulled.
We do
towards
not have the proper PPE to touch a magic
We
tree
gotta get like
per
some
ASHA guidelines.
lead gloves.
No, I'm not gonna let Izal touch a tree.
My family's got a bad history with tree touching.
Well, shall we continue?
Trees in
Yes.
general, really.
Yandre seems like completely unspooked by all of this. He's just like, oh, okay, great, let's go.
Yeah, you're like, this is new,
Summer home.
and yet somehow,
Intriguing.
They're comforting.
yeah, it's like, huh? No,
Yandre
heebie-jeebies.
survives in the weird.
It's not the worst
Not the worst.
B&B he's been to.
Quick question though. Do I notice if Reggie is still present while we're in this location?
Yes, you do sense him, though he feels less tangible.
Okay.
And if you're kind of glancing, he's also odd, as if the sight of Aethersil is somehow mesmerizing to him. You kind of get the feeling he feels the pool especially strong.
And I'll just like look up over my shoulder, and you guys won't see me talking to him, but it'll just be, I would suggest you not touch the tree either. We still have a lot of work to do. I just nod, and I'm like, all right, let's go.
Okay. As you approach the Aethersil, one additional thing appears different. As you get close, you see a large collection of like funerary urns and ossuaries that are just kind of decorating the area all around. Many of them are quite simple, some of them ornate, some of them seem to have paintings, as if snapshots of people's lives sort of embossed upon the pottery, as if to serve as some kind of record of the life of the person whose remains dwell within. As you come even closer, you kind of continue to see the fruit grow, shine, detach, hit the ground, and each time it hits the ground, there's a bit of a, and new life starts to grow. It starts to grow from the place it touches, as if everything around here is constantly in this state of dying and rebirth. As you guys kind of look around and get a little closer, a voice kind of calls out from a little bit away from you. I wouldn't get any closer. And you guys glance over and see a young man, perhaps 11 or 12, with this kind of short on the side, a little longer on top, shaggy blonde hair, gray robes and a shepherd's crook, eyes that are gray but glow with a light somewhat familiar to your recollection, Izal.
Would I know this to be Seer?
I mean, definitely looks like his robes and his staff, though he looks like he de-aged quite a bit.
Seer? Friend?
Yandere of the Autumn Court. It's been a while.
It has. How are you?
Doing pretty good. Busy. Of course.
You do tend to stay very busy.
Hmm.
You
And
look
then he
well.
kind of glances over to Caleb. I have to be honest. I didn't think you'd ever seek me out.
There comes a time where I will probably seek most of the Pantheon out, for one thing or another.
Well, there are a
talking
couple
Yandere,
deities I would recommend leaving off that list.
That's why I said most.
The Black Gods, for one.
But Andre said something about
Oh, yeah, I guess I gotta. Yeah, okay.
I saw Ari's
It's like,
reaction. It's like,
Sean had that response, and I'm like, what? And I was like, oh, I get it now.
You made it.
Okay. The dark,
shadow.
the odds. Oh man. Anyway, so what is it I can help you with, Caleb?
Oh, well then I guess you're gonna need the 3 questions.
well,
Technically, Andre's already asked 2 of them.
I didn't cast the spell.
Yeah.
I was like,
and he kind of looks over. Luckily for you, I'm not that stingy. Well, you have some time at least.
yes. But yes, in speaking to Yandere, he recommended that we speak to you.
Well, though Yandere is not of my faith, he is someone I do like quite a bit.
I'm glad to hear that.
Hmm.
I like him quite a bit as well.
Indeed. In many ways, he is almost a perfect representation of what I wish all of my followers to be. Full of life, energy, and exuberance, but also understanding of the cycle of life and to know to not fear death. It's just another step. I wish more people had that. There's a lot of people that just end up being afraid to see me. And so I have a bit of a bad reputation. But I guess people don't have the same perspective I have.
Yeah. I can definitely see that.
A lot of people
Well-
don't get to see this either, though. And Yandere like looks at the tree, like going up, like the fruit falling and stuff, and it's just like, this would definitely change a lot of minds.
Yes,
That is certainly magnificent.
and I am certainly a greater god in this particular pantheon, but most people worship me just because they don't want to see their loved ones end up as undead. But in the end, I'm just a shepherd.
But in regards to the questions, I will now direct the questions to Yandere. So the next 3 questions that he asked will be focused through the spell.
Yandere just turns back to see her. And then turns back to Caleb just to make sure, can I go now? And this is a question at Caleb.
You are good to go. The next 3 questions that you ask Seer will be going through the spell.
Yandere turns back to see her and just like, can you inform me of which mausoleum leads to the Veil Shroud catacombs?
Yes, I could.
Son of a...
But understanding what it is you want,
You got us.
and thanks for your good sportsmanship with the joke, I would tell you that Veil Shroud is a name not commonly known. It's a private name given to a specific place deep within the Blackthorn Mausoleum. You'll have to go down quite a little bit to get there, and it will be dangerous. The Blackthorns were, well, let's just say they're not really good people. One of their members, at least a couple centuries back, received a place of position in Ashgard and caused quite a little bit of problem there. Of course, changed his name a little bit, but still, they're not good people, and I would say that their catacombs are well protected by dark magic.
Which would lead me to my next question. What is the safest path to travel through the Veil Shroud catacombs?
Well, it depends on the kind of things you're wanting to deal with. I would say that the people who are currently using the catacombs don't use the front entrance. So, in some ways, that's the most dangerous entrance, but in other ways, it's also the safest. It, of course, has the most traps left standing, but it is also the entrance that they would least expect anyone to enter from.
I'm looking back to everybody else and seeing if they feel like that's a sufficient answer.
Sounds good.
Okay. The last question is, what specific dangers should we avoid in the Veil Shroud catacombs?
Well, I think you have some concept of what you're facing. From what I understand, Corollo saw to that. And you know that the individuals you're fighting are no longer, strictly speaking, human. What you probably haven't been told is that a great many more of them are not human than you'd expect. So each and every one is a particular danger in their lycanthropy, as well as some modifications they've had. they're too numerous to mention, really. Not that you'd be able to tell it from the outside. But there are numerous magical traps that will damage anyone who attempts to enter without the proper safeguards. And so you should be wary for errant magic and for the undead. And you should also understand that the undead there have been fortified against certain magics that are known to be particularly useful against undead. So understand that your skills might wane just a little bit down there, Yandere, unfortunately.
I didn't expect it to be easy.
Life isn't easy.
It is not. I look back at Caleb because I'm just like, essentially, we ran through the 3 questions and just, and then like look over it. He's like, look down at his all, and I'm like, yes.
I mean, we already used 3 questions, but I had one because he mentioned something. What was the name of the person from the Village Shroud that went to Ashgar that changed their name? Like, what'd they get known by?
Alistair was the name.
Ooh,
I believe your family calls him Iron Tyrant.
that
Duke
one.
of Lynn.
Ooh, I want to write that down. Just connecting dots. It's fun. Memorandums to books. Thank you.
Well, Volred, Calmac, burning questions you'd like to have answered? I do have a little bit of time left.
What is my purpose in life?
Kill Adak.
Kill a extinct.
It's like to die.
You know, Derlove, that's a very difficult question to answer, as mortal races such as you and humans and dwarves, you're all unique in the sense that there is a choice to your existence. The greater orders that created this universe, the overdeities, they created various layers to the sapient races. So, in a sense, part of the problem with prophecy is that there's numerous ways you can go. I think the purpose is really something you need to define for yourself. And I think that starts with, what do you really want out of your life? If there is such a thing as purpose, I would say it would be to be able to stand at the end of your life and know that you enjoyed your life and that you are thankful for every moment you got to live it. But that might be just a bit biased on my part, considering I encourage all of my followers to live life to the fullest. But, I don't know. What do you really want?
To end this conversation.
They're laughing, so I'm like, was there...
No. So
Big deal.
it's one of those things. Recently, I saw a TikTok where like somebody's giving out life advice and stuff like that, and it's another person that pops up and says, "This is not for you. This is not for you." When you said "live life to the fullest" to Volred, I was like, "This is not for you. This is is for people who don't already live their life to the fullest, who don't take advantage.
You're
of
already
stuff.
full. Stop
You
it.
do what you're doing right now." And that's all I could hear in my head. It's like, that's not for you. That's not for you.
But was that a serious reply, Volred? Or at least as serious as Volred is willing to engage in this conversation?
Yes.
Okay. So you're just kind of nods his head a little bit. All right, but I'm here if you need me.
Right back at you.
Calmac.
Seer, and I'll just give him like a proper bow. If you are able to watch people's lives and how they live them, you know I've gotten some information, and I think when the time comes to get more answers from them, then I think I'll be satisfied with what's going on. Do you think I've fulfilled what they've expected of me? Or at least heading in the right direction?
It's hard to say. The power that you draw from is not of this pantheon, so it's a little outside of my domain. But, I suppose as long as you're happy with where you are, that's fine. I do think it's interesting, however, that you receive your power, and yet somehow when you learn that there's a divine component of it, you somehow seem to be afraid of that. I don't really know why that is. I mean, you're not a Kari, and you're not of this place, so I really don't know much about you before you came here. But, I don't know. I think it's always good to seek. And I think it's good to want to do better. So, I guess if the divine power has seen something in you and wants and thought you worthy of that power, I guess you should probably trust your own instincts. Do you think that you are worthy? Do you think that you are the kind of person to be proud of? Do you think there's a better version of yourself that you could strive to have?
I think there is always a path forward, and it may not be an evident improvement, but it could be something structural in oneself. Not so much an outward improvement, but internal.
Yeah.
And I think I have. I think I'm better today than I was last month or the year before that.
Yeah. But the thing about lessons is you can't really learn them unless you apply them. So, I guess continue to reflect and strive every day to be a better version of yourself than you were yesterday.
Is that awkward thumbs up?
Just the hit him with the thumbs up meme. Just
It's a god.
And he just kind of sits and goes, "Yeah, you guys are doomed." I say that mostly joking, but still.
While we're talking about everybody's connection to the future, I do have a question if you might be able to answer it.
All right.
Where did this connection to the gods that I have come from?
Oh, Caleb, such a big question. So, you know the purpose of the Aether Cell, right? It is a place for the living energy of all things to return to when they die, such that that energy can be returned and recycled and brought forth a new life. Seed, I suppose you could say.
Yeah.
And let's just say that you're a very potentially valuable seed. Not all fruit is the same, even though it may come from the same tree. Mean that this extra seed that you have will bear fruit. That's really somewhat up to you, really. It's something you have to learn and nurture. You can, of course, neglect it, and like any plant, it will wither and die.
Yeah.
But if properly nurtured, it provides a rich harvest. As for where it came from, I'm afraid that's beyond gods, really. It's a fundamental quirk of the universe. I think only she who made magic could answer that. But no commune spell is ever gonna get you in a conversation with her. Even I don't have that authority.
Even if I did get a conversation with her, I'm pretty sure just the magnitude of thought in her realm would kill me.
Yes. Maybe. After all, I haven't really seen her. Not since the beginning. But still, there are some Anron's children who might be able to provide some insight. But I'm afraid that's all I can really tell you about that. Oh, man. Looks like this place is starting to fall apart a little bit. So, I've borrowed enough from the spirits, I think. It was good talking to you all. So nice getting to speak with mortals. At least a little bit.
Thank you very much for coming to speak to me.
Mortal for now.
Ho- Hopefully, we don't see you soon, but I do look forward to our next visit.
Yes. It would be nice. Though, I suppose I must say the Aether Seal doesn't absorb souls, exactly. You're still free to move on wherever it is you're going. It's only your life essence that gets recycled. But I wouldn't mind a visit on your way out.
Most definitely.
Do I get to come too? I'm not really from here.
Thing about death is you end up wherever you want to be. So, if that's what you want.
A lot of options.
Yep.
Choice. That's what I said. Sapient creatures. So many choices you have. Anyway. Goodbye.
Bye.
Goodbye.
And with that, you feel the ground beneath your feet start to fracture.
See
As it's
you
almost
again.
as if it's almost kind of like, in Never Ending Story, where Fantasia starts breaking apart and being swallowed by the nothing. Slowly but surely, the area around you starts to break apart and float away until all that remains is Aether Cell and the church. But as you return to the church and re-enter, the rumbling ceases. The light from outside changes to more of a yellow hue, and more of it begins to fill in as the braziers light up. The darkness recedes from the edges of the space, revealing parishioners and mourners over bodies and wake. And the fresh smell of ash and incense fills the space. And we'll go ahead and pause it there. Yay! Come and see us next time for the next session, Chapter 93. Adventures of Athoria. Tuesdays, 7 p.m. Central. And if I'm not mistaken,
This Thursday,
Jason
with Jace comes back.
Jason with Jace comes back.
I don't know what episode it is because it's a different number. It's like in the 70s.
Here's the real question: who's going to be there?
Oh, that's a big pop quiz. Who knows? It could be anyone. It could even be Sean or Aaron or Kilmo or Rab or... It won't be me as the guest because that's not how it works. I'm a host.
Yeah, okay. All right, fair enough. But anyway, yeah, so Jason with Jace, Thursday, 8 p.m. Central. And make sure you have your questions ready because that's always a lot of fun to jump in there and ask silly questions.
Well, we'll see you Thursday and then again.
So hope you have an Ari.
See you next Tuesday and this Thursday. Good night, everyone.
Yay! I guess also next Thursday too.
Yes, but we'll say that next Tuesday.
All right.
Good night. I want to confuse me.
Good night.